Heroes have risen. Legends have been forged. Their names echoing through time. Their glory etched into the stars.
Doesn't appear to be. Come on, lad, take out this magazine. They're still hammering away another one. What do you say? Oh, come on, Abaddon. Pull a hero on us. I'm looking for the hero. Off the bargain. Hungry loaded. One
The arena awaits. This crucible of courage, ready to bear witness. Who will be cast down? And who will join the immortal dynasty? Let the battle begin.
Welcome back, everyone. I am CSB Swift, and we've got Alliance Tournament 20 action lined up for you all day today. It's going to be amazing. You're going to lose channel points. You're going to win channel points, and you're going to be able to hear from our amazing panel of experts as they break down every match. Speaking of panel of experts, as you can see, I'm joined by Ali, Mystical Might, and Wingnut Cross. Say hello. Just introduce yourselves a little bit. Tell them who you are.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Solyaris. I'm a member of the Brave tournament team in terms of the tournament scene and a member of Deepwater Hooligans on TQ as well as of Sound Mind.
Hey, I'm Mystical Might. I'm a member of Fraternity, not involved with any AD teams this year, so if you want some insider information, send me some ISK and I'll see what I can do.
You're not allowed to do that. Just keep going, Wingnut. What's up?
I'm just a loud Australian that he pulled off the street. I don't know what's going on here.
We found this guy on the street once, and we could not get rid of him, so he now does Alliance Tournament stuff. Wingnut, it is always great to see you, even though it's probably the middle of the night for you. I don't know how time zones work, but either way, it's Alliance Tournament time. That's what I know, and I am hella excited. Hella with a little star over the E, excited. We've got some amazing matches for you this weekend, starting with today. So, as you may not know, last weekend was the start of the Alliance Tournament 20 feeders. This week is the culmination of it. This is where we decide how many or which teams are making it to the Alliance Tournament main stage, where they fight for some really cool tournament ship prizes, including a tournament battleship for the first time in a very long time. And we've got an amazing match straight out the bat between Rusty Hyenas clan and Paper Numbers. Missy, why don't you break me down a little bit about what we've seen from teams in the last week and kind of what you expect to see from this match coming up?
Yeah, the last weekend was definitely an interesting one. We saw some excellent matches, some down-to-the-wire matches. We saw some Hugins on grid, some poorly piloted, and a Rapier that was well piloted, That's my main takeaway from the tournament so far. It's been an interesting callback to previous tournaments where we've had things like Flykiller, we've had the Octodad, we've had Battleship Cores, but they've all been executed with their own flavors and with a little sprinkling of Squall within the comps, introducing some of the new ships that weren't available in previous years. So I'm expecting to see a throwdown, probably some rush today, maybe. One of the teams competing in the next match managed to win with under 4 minutes. So I'm expecting them to try and clinch a win again very quickly.
Alrighty. Actually, before we start breaking down a couple more facets of the match, we do have some spokesperson videos. Different teams have kind of had a bit of creative liberties to break down to you, the viewers, a little bit more information about their team. And it looks like we've got one from Paper Numbers. So actually, let's throw to that and learn a little bit about the Paper Numbers team.
Oops.
All you need to know about the Paper Numbers team, you'll find out in a little bit. Actually, we'll talk about it in just a while as I hear some cool stuff starting to come onto the feed. We're talking about bans right now. So the bans for this match, Rusty Hyenas have banned the Loki and Scimitar, and Paper Numbers have banned the Navy Gen and the Blackbird. Ali, can you break me down like what those bans mean, or is it just some comfort bans out there?
Yes, we've seen a number of these bans throughout last weekend, and I imagine we'll see more of them this weekend. The Scimitar, absolute best shield logistics ship if you want to run away and kite. Loki, premier ship for those rush comps. It's got the long range webs. It's got a lot of damage. Meanwhile, the Armageddon Navy and the Blackbird are both really strong control options. The Armageddon Navy, big newts, big damage. The Blackbird, some of the best ECM for points value. Mainstay of a lot of control comps.
Alrighty. Well, we've got the Paper Numbers spokesperson ready to go right now. We've got him live, pre-recorded, but live in our hearts. And we'll learn a little bit about Paper Numbers before we go into the match.
Hello there. My name is the CEO and I'm proud to represent the Alliance Paper Numbers. We are a German small to mid-scale PvP alliance primarily based in high-class warm space. However, we are always on the lookout for content opportunities, and when we see something interesting elsewhere, we don't hesitate to dive in and try something new. This adventurous mindset has led us to explore different regions of space, allowing us to experience fresh scenarios and develop new ways to engage in combat. This year marks our third appearance in the Alliance tournament, with our core members having made their debut under the Literally Triggered Alliance banner. Over the past few years, we have gathered a wealth of experience in tournament settings, often securing top positions. A prime example of our success is in the Enge Games tournaments. We are always eager to face off against strong teams with talented players. Teams like Odin's Call are great examples, as we believe there's so much we can learn from each other. While we have been a primarily German-speaking alliance in our recent years, we decided to recruit some international talent for 80/20 this year. Our already strong theory crafting has now been enhanced with the addition of these skilled players. Some of you might know us as an unpredictable team always ready to pull off surprising plays, and rest assured that's not going to change anytime soon. And just a friendly warning, because we are so unpredictable, you might want to think twice before betting your Twitch channel points on us. You could lose them all. Of course, that has nothing to do with us wanting better odds to bet on ourselves and get rich. As always, we are looking forward to some good fights.
All right. Thanks very much, Paper Numbers. We learned a little bit more about you, but we're not going to spare any time here. We're going to actually go straight to the field right now to see what they can do on the field as they take off against Rusty Hyenas clan.
Hello and welcome to the arena. I'm Solyaris here from the arena along with Nova. We are here to watch Rusty Hyenas versus Paper Numbers. Rusty Hyenas have brought a sort of shield max threat / medium gun spam comp. They've got a Naga, which we haven't seen a ton of for big damage. Nova, what have Paper Numbers brought?
Paper Numbers are bringing a relatively similar thing, but in the armor setup. Absolution, Eos, Prophecy Navy. Also bringing in Oracle. We don't always see that in the Octodad setup, but here we have it.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see the two. You can see Rusty Hyenas, they've got a larger attack bar, but a smaller control bar. That's the typical shield versus armor trade-off here. Armor gives you more mid slots for control, but fewer low slots for those extra damage mods.
Yeah, we saw both teams warp in relatively far away from one another, Paper Numbers being between 30 and 50 kilometers, but for the most part, they're burning in now. Their first target looks to be the Osprey, the logistics for the Rusty Hyenas clan team. Meanwhile, Rusty Hyenas are starting to trade back onto the Navy Omen. He's getting painted now.
Yep, yeah, that Osprey, probably a buffer fit. Most Ospreys are. Not a ton of resists, only Tech 1, so really, Carl's just trying to live as long as he can in order to waste as much time, and it looks like he might have broken free. Meanwhile, Kata Intro and the Omen Navy issue dipping into Hole.
Well, it's an incredible job from this Osprey pilot, dropping down into like 5% shield there, kiting out towards the very edge of the arena, and he's turning now, picking up Transversal. I don't think he's going to die here. Meanwhile, the Paper Numbers team did take down the Omen. It looks like their Navy Omen might be dying next. Their Oracle, though, is also locked down, getting webbed down to 0, and I believe he's struggling to tank this.
That said, Rusty Hyenas, they're down an Omen, they're down a Moa. They've got a larger attack bar, but they're not able to apply most of it right now. And sure enough, Paper Numbers Oracle falls, but the trades right now are in favor of Paper Numbers. And in terms of the road to the Alliance tournament, the road is over for Rusty Hyenas. Paper Numbers didn't have to do that much. Rusty Hyenas needed a clean sweep to make it through this. Paper Numbers right now looking comfortable, trying to rack up as many points as they can and just win this match nice and clean.
This Navy Omen of Kata Entro has been surviving incredibly despite the constant pressure. The Vigilant of Arwen does go down from the Paper Numbers side. They trade back for the Navy Harbinger, however. As you say, yeah, this one, it's going to be it, at least for the tournament life of Rusty Hyenas. It's still interesting to see here, though, what's happening in this match. They're battling for honor at this point. They can still get some skins if they happen to win, so they're going to do their best to try to kill down a few more ships from Paper Numbers. That being said, Phantasm does go down, and they're starting to lack the DPS.
Yeah, and that's what happens in these kinds of max threat versus max threat matchups. Both teams coming in with a lot more attack than defense, both teams trying to trade as much as they can. And at some point, you'll start to see a snowball roll downhill, and it looks like that snowball is in favor of Paper Numbers right now.
It definitely is. The Phantasm of Valdic has been scram-webbed. Not that the scram is super relevant in that specific case, but he goes down. The Navy Omen of Kata still surviving. I believe he's just sitting at 0 towards the edge of the... moving at 0 towards the edge of the arena. He's starting to pick up speed now, but there's paints going down into pretty much everything from Rusty Hyenas. They're just taking it one by one from here.
Yep, and big difference here between Paper Numbers and Rusty Hyenas. Paper Numbers still has their logistics. 2 Deacons just happily humming along, haven't really been in any danger. Now, usually at the start of the match, you can just shoot through the enemy logistics, and sure enough, Rusty Hyenas, they did get that Oracle, Vigilant, Navy Omen down, but the momentum has fallen off, and they're just losing ships left and right.
This being the Saturday of the second weekend of the feeders here, we have some potentially interesting tiebreaker math that could have come into play here in this match, or in this Group A at least. Paper Numbers could have lost this match, but still scored over 41 points, which would have actually put them into the winning position in their group, despite having lost, if they had lost. In this case, it's very much looking like that's not going to be the case here. So as it stands, Rusty Hyenas are going to be knocked out with an 0-2 record. Paper Numbers will be going on through the Alliance tournament proper with a 2-0 record. That would also bring, I believe it's Hull Control, who will then be playing tomorrow in the redemption matches. So they're surviving with this one.
Yep. Yeah. Hull Control, very happy right now. They've got their redemption to look forward to tomorrow, and that'll give them a chance to play for entry into the Alliance tournament. Paper Numbers, extremely happy. They're on, they're in. We'll be seeing them next in October. Rusty Hyenas, good attempt, but this is going to be the end of their tournament journey. This year, feeders, much more competitive last year and this year since they've removed the instant buy-in. Every team has to come in, get in, and play in. And we're seeing great matches as a result. We're seeing even teams that can do reasonably well or perfectly fine. We're seeing them potentially not make it into the Alliance tournament. And that's part of how this structure ends up. Good attempts for everyone here. Nova, any last thoughts before we send it back?
This Vulture was hanging in for a little while there, though, but now with the shield broken, he is gone. And with that, that'll be the end of the Rusty Hyenas clan in this tournament. Congrats to Paper Numbers. And with that, we'll be sending it back to our analysts.
I'm not playing alone anymore.
And this was my first time ever in nullsec.
We're helping new players and giving them an experience no other place would be able to give them.
If it wasn't for the guys and the girls, I don't think I would have held out much longer in EU.
All right. Paper Numbers taking a very convincing win. And with that, as Ali and Nova were mentioning, they are in the Alliance Tournament main event. Russia Hyena clans, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye. But you know what? That just means you have another year to train hard with some weights on your ankles to get ready for next Alliance Tournament. And 21, it's a pretty cool tournament, too. But we're focused on Alliance Tournament 20 right now. Next match, we have Evasive Maneuvering versus Boundary Experts. Moderator, welcome to the commentator analysis panel. Tell me a little bit about what we can expect from the Boundary Experts Evasive Maneuvering team or matchup.
Yeah, so I would expect some very high-level play out of both of these teams. So people kind of forget that Evasive Maneuvering is this year's, version or rebranding of Darkside. They've done very well in previous tournaments. They won Anger Game 6 outright. And, we're seeing some bans that make a lot of sense to me from both teams. Again, Boundary Experts did rather well last year. This group being kind of the group of death. And some of the bans that we're seeing make a lot of sense for me.
Yeah, so the bans include a Barghest and Loki from the Evasive Maneuvering side, and Boundary Experts are actually taking out the Magus, which is a really interesting choice to remove. Tell me a little bit about what that means, Misty.
Got mutilated for a second there, my bad. So the Magus, I think, is an interesting ban. Usually we see the Magus paired with the Pontifex to remove any of the command desis on the armor side. Links are extremely strong, but Link's boats are typically very expensive. The Magus and the Pontifex are cheaper versions of Link boats that can buff the rest of your team and give you more armor, better tackle range, better speed, that kind of stuff. So it's interesting that they banned the skirmish variant, essentially, of the command desis on the armor side. So potentially trying to curtail any kiting or sig reduction, perhaps to make it easier to hit things like the deacons that the other team may bring.
All right, that's always nice to kind of keep an eye out for and kind of get into these captains' minds to figure out what they're thinking when they make these bans. Wingnut, tell me a little bit about the path to victory for these teams. Like, what do Boundary Experts need to do in order to make it into the tournament?
Oh, that's a good question. Hold on, let me find the answer for you. So Boundary Experts need to win and score at least 91 points, or 92 points rather. So we'll see how they go.
All right, so if they have to win, and they have to win
chaos.
convincingly in order to make it in there. And you guys had mentioned this bit of a group of death. Evasive Maneuvering, a very strong team. Odin's Call, a team that we've seen perform incredibly well before. And Boundary Experts, the team we're just talking about. A lot of pedigree. So before we go into the match, Misty, this tournament, as you've mentioned, has been a lot of back and forth, a lot of different type of teams. Ali had mentioned that there was the last match between Russia Hyenas and Paper Numbers were two max threat teams. What does a max threat team look like, and kind of what is it trying to do?
Okay, so there are a lot of different names that are bandied about for different comps and archetypes that we can see in the tournament. Max Threat, I believe, is meant to talk about medium-sized guns, typically with a decent amount of range and tracking, that is essentially splitting your damage across many different ships. So if you lose, for example, your Ferox Navy issue, you still have 7 other ships that are doing damage on the grid, which is, I guess, the maximum threat, right? It's about the amount of damage that you can do and the difficulty of clearing up that damage throughout the course of the match. It may also be called Octodaddy. It may also be called various other things.
Medium gun rush,
yeah, medium gun rush or medium gun spam, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
They're all essentially related to the same overall archetype, which is medium-sized hulls, battle cruisers and down, typically medium guns, lots of tracking, lots of range, and the ability to separate or dive in and deal a lot of damage.
Nice. Dealing a lot of damage. It seems like a pretty good way to win an Alliance Tournament match. Just kill the bad guys, and then you win. Easy. This is why they don't let me fly in the Alliance Tournament anymore. Just because I I'm just too good. Wouldn't let it happen. Speaking of being a little bit too good, we've got some cool giveaways going while you guys are all watching and enjoying Alliance Tournament 20. The first one is we've got a nice giveaway going for the Alliance Tournament 20 bundle with 50 days Omega and a very cool skin for the Rattlesnake. Rattlesnake has won so many Alliance tournaments that CCB Zealous had to point it up a little bit. To enter for this thing, just go ahead and type !skins equals wins in Twitch chat, and we'll pull some winners out there and get you some cool stuff. You'll also be able to enjoy Twitch drops. We've got some cool stuff. Starseed Blast is there, Mystery Crate, some Caldara Union Day Skinner elements in there as well, so you can make some very cool looking ships. And exciting stuff. So Boundary Experts, Wingnut, what do you predict that they're going to bring?
So that's the question. That's the $1 million question. What are they going to bring? And to be honest, looking at their bans, I have no bloody idea. I'm not going to pretend I know at this moment. This team could be bringing a lot of different stuff. So I with that ban list, we'll find out when we get there, eh?
It might be looking at something like a Leshak or Battleship heavy comp where they don't want to be controlled or range limited due to the Crucifier. So I think they're also one of the teams that like to bring at least a single Leshak sometimes.
Nice Battleship heavy stuff. We do know that Boundary Experts do have to win pretty convincingly in order to advance. So maybe that will telegraph a little bit about what they want to do. But maybe they'll just take something that they're really comfortable with and not have to worry about exactly how many points they have to win and score in exactly what time. By the way, do not type skins equals wins just yet. I got a little bit excited. Happens to the best of us. We'll open that up a little bit later, but it's something that you're aware of. Right now, what you can do. Yeah, exactly. Debated.
You baited me.
But right now, what we can do is we can go to the arena to look at this match between Evasive Maneuvering and Boundary Experts, and we'll see you in just a minute.
Hello again, welcome to the arena. I'm Novaterran, joined once again by the incredible Ali Aras, bringing you this match between Evasive Maneuvering and Boundary Experts. Evasive Maneuvering are showing up with an armor comp utilizing a Zarmaz's Logi. What are we seeing from Boundary Experts?
Boundary Experts also an armor comp. This one is sort of more of a drone control setup. They've got Armageddon's Arbitrators for tracking disruptors, which should be absolutely brutal against those gun maulers, and a whole bunch of drones in the lower side.
Yeah, Boundary Experts are putting their front line, at least in the pair of Armageddons, as well as their EOS, right in at 0. They're looking to get up and personal with this Evasive Maneuvering team, utilizing heavy newts from these Armageddons likely to shut things down.
Yeah, and it'll be particularly interesting to see the drones are going to be a little bit of a rough matchup against the Zarmaz. Zarmaz, we haven't seen too many Trig Logi. It has to spool up to rep things. So that's a bad combo with the drone travel time. But with that said, we are underway, and it looks like Boundary Experts are primarying an Astarte from Evasive Maneuvering, which we can see is getting nicely repped up by that Zarmaz. And Crimson Serenity in the Armageddon is the first target for Evasive Maneuvering.
Yeah, Boundary Experts launched some sentry drones here and have immediately started putting tracking disruption onto most of the team from Evasive Maneuvering there for a little bit. It was about 4 tracking disruptors going off at least. Absolution. That being said, Zarmaz keeping good range on him. He's doing an excellent job of keeping up this absolution, and the first ship has gone down. That was an arbitrator from the Boundary Experts side.
Yeah, now we're seeing a bunch more damage fall off now that those tracking disruptors are off. There's a whole bunch more damage coming in. The Thalia down, Vexer and low armor.
Yeah, I believe what happened here was a beautiful micro jump drive play onto the backline. It was very unexpected, at least for the team of Evasive Maneuvering to jump past the team of Boundary Experts like that. But we're seeing more and more ships going down now. This was beautifully done.
Yep. Meanwhile, Skykiller Russian still tanking just fine. Zarmaz in plenty of range to just keep spooling up on him, totally unthreatened out there. But Boundary Experts are they've lost their logi.
Yeah, and at this point, they're just losing things bit by bit. It looked like this Vexer of Virpio might have tried to burn a little bit towards the Zarmaz to lock him down, recognizing how much of a threat that the spooling logi here is. But there's no world where Skykiller Russian goes down when the Zarmaz is doing an excellent job of spooling up on him. Looks like the Vexer now of Virpio is also dropping into low armor. The Deacon of Cucumber Roll is starting to take more damage as well, and he's not going to be able to keep up this Vexer for long.
Yep. And this is that sort of snowball. Once the control was removed, once the evasive maneuvering team was able to bring all of their damage to bear, they're able to start using that to effectively take apart the Boundary Experts team.
Definitely, and now the Pontifex is locked down. The Astardi of Panda is taking a lot of damage. The Zarmaz is trying his best to keep him up. If he's able to, that might actually be a clean sweep, which would reduce the tiebreaker math going on in this group. If Evasive Maneuvering are able to take this, they would end up with a 2-0 finish. But there's still a good amount of damage left from these drones and this Armageddon comp. They can potentially take some things down here still, but it's looking harder and harder for them.
Yeah, exactly. That Zarmaz still out there, just completely safe, not being threatened by anything, is really going to make it hard for the Boundary Experts team to be able to make any inroads. We see that Astarte of Pandy just repping right back up as one of the members of Boundary Experts falls, and 2 in the Arbitrator, taking damage as well. I believe that was their last Deacon. Now they're about to lose their second Arbitrator. And clean sweep. Odin's Call, third team in this group, they are watching this. They are just absolutely over the moon right now, because with this, we see Evasive Maneuvering into the Alliance Tournament, Odin's Call safely in to the Redemption bracket, and unfortunately, we are probably saying goodbye to Boundary Experts in this group, which is a real shame. As was mentioned, Boundary Experts, ton of people who've been in tournaments before. They picked up some of the pilots from the Deepwater team, and very capable pilots, just in a very rough group.
Definitely. And it's always rough to feel like the match is decided at this point. Is there anything these Armageddons can do still to knock down a few ships at least for their honor?
It's going to be really tough. It looks like they're switching to these Maulers, which I think is a good choice. The Maulers are right in with the Armageddons. Of course, they're very capacitor reliant, so the Armageddon Newts can really get some work done on them, and they only have Tech 1 resists. So your Maulers, probably the most vulnerable ship. That said, they're just not taking that much damage.
Yeah, it's a really, really hard task for these Armageddons to put damage onto really anything with this Zarmaz still alive. Zarmaz is a ship that hasn't been super favored by teams this Alliance tournament thus far. Tell me a little bit about that, Ali. Why is it that the Zarmaz hasn't been used so well or frequently when it's putting on a masterclass in this specific match?
Really, the issue here is the Zarmaz it's hard to fly, and it's a couple more points than its equivalent Armor Tech 2 logistics. Because the Zarmaz has that spooling rep, and because many teams fit them with 100 MN, which makes them basically unkillable, the Zarmaz pilot effectively needs to be able to predict what's going to happen in the future. If you want to be able to rep most effectively, you need to start repping the target that's going to be taking damage in 30 seconds. You need to be in the right position. You need to start moving to the right position 30 seconds ahead of when you need to be there. And so I expect we're going to see more Zarmaz later in the tournament as we get more highly skilled teams who have these highly skilled pilots. Additionally, the Zarmaz impose a little bit of a theory test. Because it can't swap reps so quickly, it's not as good of a logistics ship for some of the comps that we've seen earlier in this tournament. It's not good if you're expecting to fly a bunch of high damage battlecruisers against other high damage battlecruisers. It really shines in a heavier armor setup with good resists, good buffer, and the ability to take advantage of the Zarmaz's incredible rep output.
We're finally seeing the last Armageddon of CO4 finally dying. All that's left from the team from Boundary Experts is the EOS of Alexander Corrigan. He's not going to last for too long, though, because he's been locked down for a couple minutes here. Clouds of drones moving from that Armageddon that they just killed over to the EOS. They're starting to apply to him now.
Yeah, it's a real shame that Alexander Corrigan is tackled. Otherwise, Boundary Experts could show us their expertise at the Boundary and perhaps try and set one of those MJD unit records. But
yeah, there's not too much longer left in the match now with this EOS dropping, and he is dead. That will be the 200-0 clean sweep from Evasive Maneuvering, really showing their piloting expertise. Commiserations to Boundary Experts, and congratulations also to Odin's Call, who make it into the redemption matches tomorrow. Evasive Maneuvering will be taking 2-0, heading straight to the Alliance tournament proper.
Alrighty, welcome back. Boundary Experts eliminated out there with an amazing performance by Evasive Maneuvering, 200-0. If you guys are watching online, sorry for some technical mishaps. I'm told the server hamsters went to go and type skins equals wins, and then they got silenced by stream chat, and the whole thing just went out the door. So we're going to get that fixed. It shouldn't happen anymore. But yeah, Maud, break down a little bit about what happened in that match. This time with your mic.
Muterator strikes again.
Oh no! We have all sorts of stream issues. So I muted. The stream crashes. Everything is going excellently. I'm glad it's feeders and not the event right now. But so we're breaking that one down. We saw that there was a micro jump drive, and the critical thing about these micro jump drives, especially in tandem frigate logic, is that your frigates can really rep effectively around 20 to 30 kilometers. And you contrast that with, say, a Zarm on the side. I'm going to keep calling them darks. Around 70 kilometers. Problem is that if you get separated from your frig logic, as Boundary Expert team really did there, you run into an issue where you need your frigates, which are often afterburner mitigation, to catch up to your ships that need. And afterburning ships are either very fast and overpropped, but they have significant amount of time that they get.
Speaking of which, I'm going to cut you off real quick just because the stream is having a hard time hearing you. Wingnut, Maud was talking about this really cool play that happened where the Evasive Maneuvering team kind of just snuck behind and outpositioned with an MJD unit. Is this what turned the match?
It made things much better on their side, that's for sure, because the team they versed had a lot of neuting power. And they just basically left the Vexes in the dust, which are all full nuke Vexes, and the Armageddons too. I just want to call out as well, the Zarm pilot did it perfectly, because not only did he jump behind with his team, he jumped behind his team. So he was in perfect position on the other side of the grid, that's easier said than done, but that was well played as well to not get caught while doing it. But it changes a match entirely, but it can cost you a match, as we saw, I think, last week. An MJD play was perfectly caught by Rote and just killed it in seconds. You got to know when to do it. They did it perfectly.
I'm not trusted to use the MJD beacon. I just remove it from my overview, and we just pretend it doesn't exist.
That's how you boundary. You don't know where the beacons are.
Exactly. So Evasive Maneuvering, they come on with a commanding win, looking really good in the process. Up next, however, we have We Form Volta versus Birds of Prey. Birds of Prey have a pretty difficult road ahead of them in order to advance. However, we do have a spokesperson vid from them, so we can hear a little bit more about them.
Oh golly gosh, you startled me. My apologies, I should introduce myself. I am Arcantos Kadaru, spokesperson for the Birds of Prey, and this shall be our first time venturing into the tourney for Alliance Tournament 20. Our brave knights have travelled far from their homes in the dark recesses of the spooky space, or for the layman, wormholes, where you shall find us indulging in all they have to offer, be it harvesting that sweet and profitable gas, or engaging in fisticuffs with the locals for the day. But let us meet some of our darling members, shall we, starting with the rapscallion Oro Osishodo, who shall be our captain for the event. And I have no doubt he shall lead us to glory, but should he falter, it shall not be his fault. Oh no. but that of the miscreant X Games. Was it always your fault? Alas, I cannot stay mad at those eyes for long. Now to business then. Why should you cheer for the Birds of Prey Alliance and invest your points in our glorious cause? While we may not have a proven track record, we have yearned for this opportunity to test our steel, and we shan't be backing down easily. After all, who doesn't love a good underdog story?
Oh.
Fancy as fuck. We're going to throw it directly over to our commentators to break down the upcoming match. Ali and Nova.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the arena. I'm Aliaris here with Nova Terraren, and we are watching We Form Volta versus Birds of Prey. We Form Volta, they've got the Squall that has been so popular this whole tournament, and a classic missile rush. Nova, what have Birds of Prey brought?
Birds of Prey are going all in with their points on the Basilisk, which I do not believe we've seen yet this tournament so far, this Tech 2 Logistics Cruiser, as well as a Claymore, pair of Cerberus, Onyx, Orthrus. And they need to win this one handily. They need to have a near perfect match in order to be able to get through. They can't afford to lose anything, essentially, if they want to make it through to redemption.
Yep, and with that, we are underway. The Basilisk, we haven't seen a ton of it. Tech 2 Logistics, it's a little bit slower than the Scimitar. And it looks like the Scimitar was open, but they still opted for the Bassi. And with that, both teams coming in, we've got the Orthrus tackled, Basilisk tackled, and the Loki tackled back. Looks like the Birds of Prey team has brought the Hero Griffin, which they're trying to use to shed some, get an advantage in damage over We Form Volta, but they've lost their Orthrus.
Yeah, that Orthrus went down right away, and the Basilisk is locked down. I don't think he's going to live much longer, and he is also down so quickly. The We Form Volta team was just so fast off the mark. They were able to burn directly into the center of Birds of Prey. Birds of Prey weren't really moving much, and with that, they've already knocked down 2 and nearly a third ship in the Cerberus here. He's not going to last too long. The Griffin also is webbed down by these pair of Lokis. He's trying his best to jam things out, but yeah, when in doubt, if they get jammed, they're just going to kill him. He falls as well, and they trade back onto a Squall, but that's not enough.
Yeah, and Cerberus going down. This is one of those rush versus rush type of matchups, and in these matchups, as we saw last week, the most important thing, getting in there right off the bat, calling your targets and moving smoothly one to the next. And if you're able to do that, you're able to get some of the opposing teams in, the opposing team down. You are able to snowball the match so that each team, you snowball the match and you start using that damage advantage to win.
For a moment there, we saw nearly 6 electronic warfare effects going onto that Squall of Praetorius from the We Form Volta team. As it stands, though, they've just picked off everything else. In the meantime, the Squall of Zebediah might be going down here, but he's getting reps from this Scalpel Kieran pair. And I'm wondering just at this point, are they going to manage to kill 10 birds with 1 Squall?
It does seem likely. Very well done by Volta, very cleanly flown. And this will definitely secure their place.
Yeah, the Claymore is quickly dropped from Birds of Prey side, and it looks like that 1 Squall will be the only thing that dies from the We Form Volta team. Volta absolutely favorites from this Feeders group. They have been doing an excellent job in prior Alliance tournaments. Weren't able to place well enough in the past year to guarantee their spot in the Alliance tournament already, but they're showing their piloting expertise here in this match with Birds of Prey.
Yep, and we've got Birds of Prey's last remaining ships free, running around. We'll see whether they're trying to kite it out or set boundary records. I'm personally hoping for the boundary records here. With this, Volta into the AT, as mentioned, the other team in this group, Intergalactic Space Hobos, they are into the Redemption round, Birds of Prey will be heading home.
We're watching now this Jaguar of Alignat. I'm really wondering if he's going to try to go for a micro jump unit play. He's been burning around, just showing off his speed thus far, pretty much untouched as the rest of the team completely fell apart there. I hope he goes for it.
Looks like this Jaguar is just living their best life, kiting it out, moving around the arena, maybe taking a look at some of the excellent visuals that we have around this arena that we've been seeing in glimpses as the stream has been going on. And we'll see if maybe these Squalls or Lokis can cut the Jaguar off. But the Jaguar, very fast, very agile ship, tons of maneuverability, and showing that off. Alignat is showing that off right now. Nova, how do you like the matchup between these two teams, particularly their comps?
I think that the comp from Volta is pretty much just the classic instance of this ham rush comp here. I think it's well structured. They didn't have the Loki banned out, so they really get that additional control that they need in order to lock down their initial targets and make sure that they're applying well with these heavy assault missiles. I feel like a lot of points have been spent on high-end ships like these Cerberuses that just quite frankly aren't able to deal as much damage when it comes down to the damage trade. So they really need to be able to pull away fast enough or do something in order to mitigate more damage, simply because their comp's a little bit more reliant on survivability. But as we saw, Volta piloted that one perfectly, at least getting on top of the Birds of Prey team so quickly. The Serbs, maybe if they're fit with the assault damage control, they might be able to press it and stay alive, but immediately Volta went on to the Basilisk, Volta went on to the other ships at the top end there, and things would just fall down so quickly. This Jaguar is still doing a great job of evading Loki webs for the time being. It's really living his best life, just trying to kite around for as long as possible. I hope for him that he's enjoying his time in this beautiful arena, as you were mentioning. All this beautiful design going on here. There's a massive cloud of drones following him, though. And as he gets webbed down, he's not going to survive for too long, I don't think.
Yeah, both the Squalls of Volta did a great job MJDing to sort of cut the Jaguar's kite off. One Squall went up, the other went sort of down and left. And with that, the Jaguar was forced to turn and go in a less favored direction. Indeed, webs going on, paints going on. Alignat's attempt to save some points for his team, not looking like a success right now, as Alignat falls down, and that is, we form Volta into the AT, Birds of Prey heading home, and we are heading back to the desk.
All right, Birds of Prey eliminated. Volta, they kind of move on. We saw a really, really convincing match out of setup from the Volta side. Probably one that Birds of Prey didn't necessarily expect, or at least their comp wasn't built for, which is why it looked so incredibly dominant from the Volta side. Volta also good pilots for sure. But Wignut, why don't you break down what the Volta side brought and why it's so strong?
Well, they basically brought the Nighthawk Hamrush by the looks of it, but then they decided let's use the new favorite tool of everyone in the tournament. Let's bring Squall. And the Squall is a fun ship this tournament. I love whatever Zealous was smoking when he made this one, because it's like, oh my god, we get such a weird ship. This is gonna define the entire tournament to some ways, because it can affect every comp. I can't wait to see more armor Squalls, because it's gonna be weird. It's honestly, it's kind of, what do we say? We're bringing haulers for damage.
Bringing haulers for damage, why not? The Squall is really cool. It's got really nice stuff. Actually, Nova had a really interesting take on the Squall, made his own little video about it, just to break down a bit about. Let's throw that over and share with Twitch chat exactly why the Squall is so cool.
Imagine you're on MasterChef or some cooking competition of your choice. You're trying to win it all because you're an insane cook. And then you're tasked to make your dish for judging using a maximum 10 ingredients, and you have like $10 to spend. Suddenly, you can't hide behind truffles and caviar the way that you might have once. And here's where we come to the critical point. The Squall is garlic. At a mere 4 points per clove, the Squall comes in to save the day. We're starting to cook our dish, and lovely, pungent aromas are filling the arena. The Twitch chatters in the audience are screaming about your impending victory, telling tales of garlic shrimps, garlic mashed potatoes with garlic butter, and a side of garlic bread topped with, you guessed it, roasted garlic. But you're a true master chef. You know you could spend it all on squalls and it wouldn't taste that bad whatsoever. The unwashed masses of Twitch chat might even like it, but the true artistry of the squall is in its ability to let your other ingredients shine while continuing to accent the flavor. Maybe you spend the big bucks on some proper cuts of beefsteak and pork to grind into, say, a bolognese. A couple cloves of Squall lets you expand the depth of flavor, and due to its cheap price, you can splurge on the farmer's market organic carrots and celery versus the lame, industrially produced variety. And you have just enough budget left over for some red wine to carry the dish. Garlic won't necessarily fit into every dish. Maybe you'll never be able to bake an apple pie with a Squall. After all, that's just weird. But then again, why would you? You've plenty of options anyway. The crowd may be disappointed, but you serve those judges a killer bolognese. And provided you didn't screw up the cooking, they wonder how you packed that much quality and flavor into your dish with just $10, 10 ingredients. You killed it. You're a real master chef, and you have the Squall to thank for it. I'm Novatera, spokesperson for the Garistas Alliance Tournament production team. I am in no way being coerced into bringing you this message. The Squall is garlic. Enjoy Alliance Tournament 20. Thank you.
Squall is garlic. Thank you, Novatera, for the amazing breakdown. I kind of feel like Gordon Ramsay right now. I don't know.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, I'm also a little hungry too. Damn. But a great breakdown of why bringing the Squall, memes aside, really efficient for the points. Speaking about point efficiency, moderator, we saw Birds of Prey bring a Basilisk, something that's pointed actually quite high for logistics ship. Can you tell us a little bit about the downsides of bringing a Bassie?
Yeah, sure. So one of the issues, especially, is that you're committing 32 points, like you were saying, compared to a Squall and a Kieran. And something that Rush archetype that we saw out of Birds of Prey was that it was a little bit more disjointed in terms of how it was built compared to the Volta side, right? So for Birds of Prey, you're bringing a Jaguar, a Mollusk, and a Griffin. And I can understand you want to have some damps, you want to have some ECM, but you really have to consider that you're spending 7 points on each of those, and then you're spending 12 more points on ships that don't necessarily contribute to your win condition, right? So you have to imagine, if you're bringing a Hand Rush, how do I face against a Hand Rush mirror, right? And Volta composition, where they're bringing 12 less points there, is just much more effective. The Lokis are more effective. And the Cerberus, not the most effective ship. I much prefer the Cyclones or Fleet Cyclones. But however, can't say too much more on this one. We're about to see another match unfolding on our screens in a short amount of time, so I want to give our opportunity to talk about the bans here.
Yeah, exactly. So Brave Collective have banned out the Orthrus and Guardian, and Kitchen Sinkhole have banned out the Curse and Blackbird, two very strong control bans, a little kitey ban, and just getting out that armor logi, forcing people to take something a little bit more onerous, or like the frigate logi, like you were mentioning. Interesting dynamic here that Brave Collective and Kitchen Sinkhole, whoever wins this match goes on to win the redemption. Whoever loses is out of Alliance Tournament 20. So we're going to pass it over to the booth to break down this match. And I'm going to be on the edge of my seat seeing who's going to win between Brave Collective and Kitchen Sinkhole.
Hello and welcome back to the arena. I'm Novatera and joined by, I believe it's the wonderful Wingnut Cross, bringing you this match between Brave Collective and Kitchen Sinkhole. We see 4 Squalls in the arena, with not quite the record of 5, but both teams are bringing a shield setup. Tell me more about it, Wing.
They also warped in at 0, so we're going to have a glorious brawl at 0. As you said, a lot of Squalls, Nighthawk, Hamrush, and a lot of other assorted missile boats to really just bring out all the damage.
Yeah, the Loki not being banned, we've seen both teams bringing up sort of an optimal hand rush setup. And this match is luckily blissfully simple as far as tiebreakers are concerned. They're not going to factor into this group. Arrival are already straight through into the Alliance Tournament proper. Loser here, straight out. The other team, the one who wins this match, we'll be seeing again tomorrow in Redemption. But here we go. Both teams in at 0. Fleet Cyclone of Varag is going to be the primary of Brave Collective. Kitchen Sinkhole are starting with the Claymore of Janice Merak.
There's going to be a head-bashing DPS race for sure. Both teams going for pretty tanky, but overall high damage ships for sure. It's interesting to watch some of the stuff at the back line. For instance, watching the Squall just going in as well is also just kind of funny.
And from the other team, yeah, we see on the other team as well, it's almost like these teams are kiting, or at least their back end, back out away from each other with a Manticore on one side versus the Squalls on the other. The first ship to go down is the Fleet Cyclone of Varag. I don't think that Janice Merak is going to last too long, though, either. Kitchen Sinkhole are going to need to kill him quickly, though, before this the Claymore can provide a significant leg up to the Brave team. Manticore is starting to get chunked down by some drones, however.
Damage being removed. Manticore got chunked down, Karakul Navy got deleted. This Claymore starting to go into armor, but damage is slowly falling off. They might be able to keep him alive for an extended amount of time. And if they do that, that's a win. Because that's what Logic's got to do. Just keep him alive long enough. Another Karakul down. Claymore's finally down, but that might be too little too late already.
Yeah, this Osprey doing a great job of keeping up that Claymore for every little bit that he can. Multiple ships dying from the Kitchen Sinkhole team. This Manticore's struggling to survive. He's starting to get some reps now, but they're trading back onto a Squall. It's not looking good for Kitchen Sinkhole, but they still have a chance here. They still have a good amount of DPS on grid. Let's see what they can kill.
Damn right. Just saw a Squall go down. Saw a question in the chat as well. Why the Nighthawks different prices? Because one team brought duplicates of that ship, which means they get to the inflated point cost. As the Manticore finally goes down, Nighthawk goes down too. Nemesis is already going into armor. They are just so much damage is ripping apart this team.
Yeah, we're like these low ends of these teams are very similar in terms of cost, with one Squall versus the 3 Squalls. That duplicate point increase, meaning they do cost a lot more per Squall on the Brave Collective team, but it hasn't mattered too much so far. The Manticore has a harder time applying into these, battle cruiser and below size ships. Compared to the Squall, Squall is doing a great job outputting lots of DPS. And yeah, it really looks like Brave Collective just taking such a strong lead here. This Osprey keeping up the Squall of King Carnifex. Excellent reps from Shivala.
So yeah, interesting is that Kitchen Sinkhole spent an extra point each on a Nemesis and a Manticore to effectively do less or the same damage as the Squalls of the opposing side when they brought 3.
Absolutely incredible. Yeah, we've seen before 5 Squalls in the arena at one time. I'm just wondering if we're going to see 6. That's what I'm looking forward to in these feeder rounds. But yeah, this Claymore, he's not going to be able to survive for too long. He doesn't have he doesn't have his Osprey still alive, unfortunately. He's going to drop, and with that, it's just the Loki left over from Kitchen Sinkhole, and he is scrammed and webbed down.
Yeah, let's just watch how quickly they melt him. This is a lot of damage throughout this entire match. And of course, the joys is a lot of these ships can just shoot whatever missile they decide, but the Nighthawks tend to be kinetic locked. So there's a little bit of a ammo selection going on there as well. But goodbye, Squall. Thank you very much for coming. And with that, with the final explosion going off, with the Loki being blown up, let's go back to the studio and see what they think. Which includes me.
All right, Brave Collective, they did it. They won the match. It was actually a very similar match. Really interesting to see both teams bring similar comps with quite a little bit of a spin on it. Misty, when you're coming up in a match like this, what's your strategy like? What's your game plan when you are looking right across the field at ostensibly your team?
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into a mirror matchup. Oftentimes, there will be slight variations in the fits used by different teams. Some teams will prioritize having tackle on every ship. Some teams will prioritize having more tank, or missile guidance computers, for example, in a rush setup, to give them a bit more range and application, depending on the script that they use. But the main deciding factor, I think, in a mirror matchup is really the target selection and target priority. And the ability for the respective captains to make the right decision at the right time. We saw that the Brave team correctly put their drones on the Manticore, forcing the Manticore both to burn around and away, but also forcing the Osprey into a difficult decision of having to pick which ships he tries to keep alive. I think that the Manticore and the Nemesis probably have more value in a matchup where there's so many battle cruisers on grid than a Caracal Navy would. So I think the Osprey made the correct decision in allowing the Caracal Navy to eventually meet its demise by swapping 1 or 2 reps over to the Manticore. But then, the Osprey is forced to make another difficult decision when the Nighthawk starts getting hit. And then he has to decide, okay, what dies now? You have to let the Manticore and the Nemesis go to keep the Nighthawk alive. And it forces errors when you keep forcing people, one person really, to make that decision constantly on the grid. So yeah, I think the target priority was really the correct choice. I think warping in at 0 probably hurt Kitchen Sinkhole more than it hurt Brave. And having to go for that Claymore first when you're trading that Cyclone Fleet issue, that Caracal Navy issue, it's not the best feeling to be trading multiple ships for one of their damage dealers, and it shows at the end of the match.
Right on. And yeah, so Kitchen Sinkhole, we were talking about, had a very similar match, but they opted to take bombers. Misty, you were right on the money that if they were coming up a team with a few more battlecruiser hulls, these bombers might have done a little bit, or had a little bit more success. Mod, do you think bombers are going to play a pretty large role in the meta this year, or is it going to be like waiting to see how things develop?
So I think that bombers, for the point value that they're at right now, could actually have a bit more of an outsized role than they have in the past. Historically, the question has usually been, okay, yes, bombers do really good damage to battle cruisers and to battleships, but as projection has increased over time with mid-range guns, mid-range launchers, these bombers have been more and more easy to kill or to defang. And I think now we're seeing them in a place where the amount of value you can get for them can be pretty significant. Also, something I know that more teams on the higher end are doing is really thinking about using 1 or 2 bombers as really kind of a pocket pick to launch a bomb, right? To clear off a lot of drones. I think there's some viability there as well. If you want to just get rid of an entire flight of, heavy drones on one of your ships, yeah, you'll do some damage from the bomb, but if you clear an entire flight of heavies or sentries in a single run, it's very much worth it.
Right on. Yeah, we've seen in Alliance runs before. Bombs are actually really good at clearing some drones, especially like drones with very low hit points. Sometimes you want to put a smart bomb on your ship. That doesn't work all the time, depending on the comp. But yeah, so Brave, they're in Kitchen Sinkhole. We'll hopefully see them next year. They're a very fun group. Been kind of tracking their progress as they enter Alliance tournaments and get into their heyday. Love that they brought like an incredibly cool meta comp and flew it really well. So yeah, we'll see him Alliance Tournament 21. Brave lives to fight another day, and similarly, Unspoken Alliance will face Fancypants Alliance, and they are also out here fighting for their tournament lives. Whoever wins their match will go on to the redemption bracket, and whoever loses will be out. So Wingnut, tell me a little bit about what you know about Fancypants.
So the funny thing for me with them, right, is the one thing I always remember about them, and it's been years now, is the one time they brought a comp that could win and waited too late to use it, and they spent like 9 minutes doing nothing. And that's the one thing that always sticks in my brain. Like, they're a lot better than that. Like, they are a very good team, but my brain always remembers that one time they were too timid to use their comp. And even some of their members have messaged me about it too, so good laugh, good times. But I wish them good luck here.
Yeah, when you're on the battlefield in the arena, see that timer counting down, palms get a little bit sweaty. It's a little bit hard. You lose track of the time. You lose track of where the arena ends. If you're really extremely good looking, at least that happens. So yeah, it's a very stressful situation and very different from TQ. Misty, what is kind of like the preparation that goes into your Alliance tournament run?
Yeah, there's a fair amount of preparation that goes into an Alliance tournament run, and I think sometimes it can be daunting for new teams that want to get involved in the tournament because they feel like they have to train every couple days, scheduling matches against practice partners and spending hours and hours going through different exercises like practicing tackling or seeing how a comp works against whatever your practice partners are bringing. But I think it's also one of the funnest ways to play Eve because you have what is essentially guaranteed content with, 10 to 15 of the people that you actually like playing the game with consistently, right? So you have that opportunity to know that you can log in at this time, that you can throw down on the grid, that you're not losing too much in the way of, your ISK. You don't have to grind at all, anything like that. It's a very relaxing way, I think, of playing EVE Online. And it's also a great way for building those ties between individuals in your team and also the team that you're practicing with. Those are lifelong ties. For example, I'm flying to Italy with a bunch of the guys that I used to play the AT with on Monday. So, it's a great way for you to actually get to grips with people and give you a reason to get out there and meet them. But alongside that, you do spend that time in the arena. You do spend that time practicing with your practice partners, seeing what comps work, what doesn't, trying to understand, okay, what matchups are good for this comp and how will I execute this comp if I come up against, for example, a mirror matchup, right? All of these things are things that you have to consider and think about. And you always want to have like a little maybe pocket pick or cheese pick that you can throw out against a really good team to break away from the established meta and try and throw them off their game and counter, potentially some of the ships that they are keen on using. So there's a lot that goes into it, but it's great. It's a great reason to play the game and great way to play the game. So by all means, get involved.
All right, the friendship machine in action. So Unspoken Alliance out here against Fancypants. Fancypants have a great Alliance logo as well. You were talking about the merits of them as a team. I like to bring out a couple of the other intangibles, like cool Alliance logo, guy with his pants all the way
The
up
most
there.
important thing, right? The logo. You've got to be.
Yeah, indeed. Tell me a little bit about Unspoken Alliance, moderator.
Yeah, so Unspoken Alliance, I don't have a whole lot of intel really about them. I was going to go to kind of see what their picks and bans here, because I'm really always interested in seeing kind of the draft phase and the mentality of teams that are going into the match. Very important also, speaking of drafting, CCP Elise Randolph-Swift is about to miss his draft in the Fantasy Football League. He should make sure he does not auto-draft.
The Alliance tournament is way more important. And Misty, you actually brought up a really fun point about hanging out with people from your Alliance tournament teams and practice squads. The people I'm in my Fantasy Football League with, also my old Alliance tournament teammates, they haven't disowned me. But going on auto draft for glory. Unspoken Alliance have banned the Orthrus and the Crucifier. And it looks like Fancypants have also banned the Orthrus and also the Blackbird with it. So in a situation like that, they get a duplicate ban, and it looks like the Navy Geddon is out there. So no Navy Geddon, no Orthrus, no Mollusk, and no Blackbird or Crucifier. So taking a lot of control out there. What does that tell you?
As you said, a lot of control removal. And the Navy Geddon's the interesting one because it's always just a good thing for a ship for everything, so it's good to remove it and kind of make teams make a more concentrated ship, because Geddon could be anything. Geddon Navy could do anything.
Yeah, it is a very versatile hull, and also really annoying when you're coming up against something. Sometimes when you have a team in mind you have or that you want to bring, there are some very targeted bans that you want to get rid of. And once those are gone, you're like, just get rid of any old annoying ship that I really hate seeing. Looks like we're almost ready to throw to the teams, but not quite yet. Want to hear a little bit more from Wingnut about, or rather, a little bit more from Mod about kind of after seeing these bans, what he expects.
Yeah, so usually when you ban any sort of the Navy Armageddon, you're really trying to hit at these double or triple battleship cores that are very good at using control, using their neutralizers to kind of slow things down. Orthrus hits at two different major threats. You've got kind of the ham rush setup, and they're also very good at being used in sort of these more mid-range shield compositions where what you're really trying to do is use the rapid light missile damage on them to really pick out like a Frigg Logi, something like a Link ship. They're very good at dumping damage very quickly and applying it very well. So really trying to hit at kind of a dual threat there. I still think that, of course, we see not a lot of bans really targeted necessarily at a heavy assault missile rush. I get to cheat a little bit. But I think that going something like that is kind of very safe. We're going to see a lot of that, these max threat and heavy assault missile rushes, because 2 to 3 bans, you really can't get rid of any of these ships in the archetype that are core, really, to the composition. You can always substitute something outright. You ban a Kirin, you can bring,
Can I have to cut you off real quick? We are ready to go to the arena to see what these teams actually brought, and it looks like it's going to be a little bit spicy. So sending it straight to the arena.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the arena. I'm Aliaris here with Nova Terra Ren, and we are watching Unspoken Alliance versus Fancypants. And it looks like this is yet another battle at 0 with big missile damage. Nova.
Yeah, we say battle here at 0, but it's actually mostly the Unspoken Alliance team that are putting most of their ships at 0. A pair of Nighthawks, Fleet Cyclone, Loki, going up against an alligator, or a pair of alligators on the top end from Fancypants, who've warped in a little bit further range. I'm sort of liking that position. What do you think?
Yeah, if they back up, they're able to leverage the alligator's drone application, gives Fancypants maybe a slight range advantage. And Fancypants does have the Squall advantage. We have 3 Squalls versus 2 from the side of Unspoken, and matches underway. Both teams rushing in. It looks like Fancypants didn't back up too much, and one of those Squalls from Fancypants just got deleted.
Yeah, Unspoken quickly realizing the threat that these Squalls do present, but they're maybe losing their Fleet Cyclone here right off the bat in exchange for that Squall. They're trying to get now onto a second Squall, but they're going to need to clear more things much quicker in order to make up for the point loss that the loss of this Fleet Cyclone might be. It's an interesting setup, though. I'm really liking how Fancypants have stacked their points here, both into the top end, but with the triple Squall there, they have the Osprey as Logi that might be able to a little bit outperform Kirin's Scalpel, but only if he's not caught. But he is now caught, so that might not happen.
Yep, Osprey falling. Jason Flammarian next primary for Fancypants, trying to trade that Osprey for yet another one of the Unspoken top end ships. But Nighthawks are pretty beefy, and Squalls are not. So Fancypants lost their whole Squall squad. One down for Unspoken Alliance, but the Unspoken might have stabilized.
Yeah, I mean, Fancypants should be able to apply reasonably well into these ships here with the Loki Bellicose combo helping them with that damage there, but they're just not killing things fast enough. This Nighthawk of Jason Flamerad, he looks to be surviving almost.
And that's what having your Logi will do for you. Unspoken Alliance still has their 2 Logi frigates. They're still able to rep, whereas Fancypants, all they have is the buffer in their ships.
Yeah, it really does look like that Jason will be able to survive. The first Alligator of Ish does go down. Second one, now about 3rd shield left on him. I don't know if Gators with Garlic was the answer here. It's a cool comp, but it seems to have been outperformed here by the Samrush of Unspoken.
Yep, and these teams here, they're playing for entry into the Redemption, and it looks like Unspoken Alliance have almost certainly punched their ticket into the Redemption port. With Fancypants, good entry, good try, heading home to watch on Twitch.
Definitely. They're finally trying to work on the Scalpel now of the Unpredictable Fist, but with just a Bellicose and Nighthawk left, I don't think they're going to be able to kill the Scalpel. The Kirin's going to be able to do a great job of keeping him nice and topped up here, and Nighthawk is very much locked down of Nanai Zateki. Don't think they'll be living too long.
Yep, and so they're working on Nanai. They've got Middle Miss River in the Bellicose. They're one of the great things that Unspoken's doing is while they're shooting the Nighthawk, they're sending a Loki to go tackle that Bellicose. Always great in Rush to line up your second target while you're still working on the first, and this Loki might just solo the Bellicose.
Yeah, Unspoken Alliance did a great job of, after killing the first Squall, immediately making onto the second one and having the tertiary target lined up for when that Squall would also die. It did take a while for that Fleet Cyclone of Elias to finally drop off early on from the Unspoken side, and that really gave them the leverage they needed in order to clean everything else up. With the Nighthawk of Nanai finally dying here, that's going to be it for Fancypants Alliance. Unspoken will be seeing tomorrow in the Redemption rounds. Congratulations to them. And with that, we'll be passing it back to our analysts.
Unspoken Alliance survive and take down Fancypants' pants, and also their very fun, very inventive Squall alligator comp. Wingnut, they brought the Squalls, they brought the alligators. How did they not get the dub on Fancypants? What happened?
To be honest, just didn't work for them. The alligator's honestly been a bit of a disappointment when it comes to tournaments. We kind of expected it. The Gila is a strong ship. It's always been. We expected the 5v5 scrims. It was up pointing compared to everything else. The only ship that had that. We're like, okay, alligator's gonna be amazing. Let's go. And it's just face planted. It doesn't seem to really live up to the battle cruisers it's going up against, nor against the Gila. It's just. I don't know how to say it. It is a letdown. It has such great potential. As one person commented, it can engage ships in the backline with drones while killing something up front. And it still doesn't work, because Nighthawk does it better, basically. And the Squalls can only do so much. The Squalls may be the garlic, as Nova has said, good on most dishes, but it doesn't mean it saves your dish. You're still going to be a good chef. And it looks like Fancypants just didn't quite make it work.
I don't know. Alligator garlic tails sound pretty amazing to me. We did spot though one big difference between the two teams as they were, or between the two comps as they were there. Moderator, tell me a little bit about the choice in logistics between Unspoken and Fancypants.
I am actually unmuted, believe it or not. That never happened. That is fake news. These are agents of disinformation. So the difference between the Osprey, right, and the double Frigg Logi is that they rep roughly the same amount. However, the double Frigg Logi are also the same amount of points. So you're really thinking about, okay, do I want a shorter range, really, of reps, and to have to bring, two ships into that role? But they're a little bit more survivable, right? Especially these heavy assault missile comps, is that those missiles do amazing damage to anything that's a cruiser, battleship, and on. But against a frigate, they're really, really going to struggle to apply their damage effectively. But the Osprey's not going to have this issue, and we saw that once it got webbed down by the Loki, right, and there were Squalls and other things chasing after it, it basically got one-tapped, and that's not necessarily going to happen to a frigate Logi in the same sort of way.
Right on. And yeah, we did see Fancypants had a hard time getting that Logi tackled from the Unspoken side. And, just one of those things where you just sometimes lack the tools. You can't bring a comp that does every single thing. If you could, then you just win every Alliance tournament. But yeah, sometimes you have to make those snap decisions when you're building the comp and, when you're facing off against that. But we've seen quite a lot of Nighthawk hulls. We've seen, Loki's obviously very strong comp. One ship that we've seen twice in a row now, Misty, is the Bellicose. It's got a 50-50 win rate. What does the Bellicose even do?
Yeah, I think the primary reason we're seeing the Bellicose, especially in these Hamrush matchups, is because it has a target painter effectiveness bonus. So for every level of the Minmatar cruiser skill that you have, you will receive a 7.5% bonus to your target painter effectiveness. Essentially, when you put your target painter on something, it will make that target bigger. Signature radius is one of the metrics by which we determine how big the ship is that you are shooting, either with your guns or your missiles. It's included in the missile calculations, for example. So the larger the signature radius of your ship, the more damage your missiles will do up until their maximum amount, right? Sig tanking is often one of the things that we talk about, especially when we're looking at oversized prop mods. So using a 10 MN afterburner, a cruiser-sized module, on a frigate, for example, makes it incredibly difficult to hit because it goes fast, but it's also incredibly small, both in terms of its actual size, but it's more importantly, signature radius is small. It's also one of the metrics by which Moderator would compare the Osprey to the Logi frigates. The Osprey is a cruiser, so its signature radius is fairly big. The frigates, because they're frigates, their signature radius is fairly small. The Bellicose looks to change that dynamic by, I presume it will have 2 or 3 target painters on the hull. It sits as far away as it possibly can, and it just makes sure that whoever is being shot by its team is receiving the maximum amount of damage possible.
Nice. So, I think my team would probably have me orpin at 50, take no prop mod on my ship, and just target painters and just say, just don't double click outside the arena and keep going. But yeah, Unspoken Alliance did really well. Obviously, so did Fancypants. Love that comp, but unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to Fancypants. Unspoken, we'll see in the redemption bracket, see if they can make it in. But yeah, let's look on to the next match between Pandemic Horde and Post Pod Clarity. Thank you for making me have to say that name out loud in real life. Very fun Alliance logo as well. Let's looking at the bans real quick. It looks like, hold on, just getting them in now. Pandemic Horde have banned the Navy Geddon and the Orthrus, while Post Pod Clarity have banned the Curse and the Loki. So Loki finally banned on this one. Wait, now, what do you make about these bans?
The Loki's a solid ban for removing a lot of Minmatar rush as well as the Caldari Nighthawk rush. The Curse ban is an old school one, but I don't see why you would ban Horde from that. Get Navy, solid ban. Orthrus, solid bans. They're pretty much self-explanatory from what we said before. There's a good set of bans here. I'm curious what teams are going to bring.
Very nice. I wish we could predict it as well. It looks like Twitch chat are making a prediction. A pretty bold one, actually. Pandemic Horde.
On a Nubro Corp. Oh my god, what does the world come to?
Pandemic Horde are in a commanding lead. I think people are going to start honking for their channel points as soon as they get there. But, we've got a really exciting match coming up. Both these teams can make it into the Alliance tournament. They're playing, to get in and also to get some very cool skins. But we're going to pass it over to the commentators to get to the match directly and break down what we're about to see.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm Novaterran, joined here by the one and only Fear Vina, bringing you this match between Pandemic Horde and Post-Pod Clarity. You might have seen that we saw 2 matches from these 2 teams playing against each other last weekend already. This is the 3rd one of those. That's because we only had 2 teams in this group, one team having dropped out of the tournament in advance of it. So we're going to see if the 3rd time's the charm here for Post-Pod Clarity. What are we seeing from these 2 teams?
Well, Horde have brought Missile Kite, and Post-Pod Clarity have brought Medium Gun Spam, Pseudo-Dad, or Max Threat, whatever you want to call it. Either way, both these teams are going to want to kite. Both these teams are going to want to use their low end to control the other team's high end. Although, as I say that, it looks like Post-Pod Clarity haven't brought any sort of damps or tracking or missile guidance disruption. Well, there is a Mollis from Pandemic Horde, and that is being primaried right now by the PPC squad.
Yeah, Mollis immediately putting damps onto the top end from Post-Pod Clarity. It's often hard for these kite comps to be able to do too much against a Octodad setup like from Post-Pod Clarity. That being said, Post-Pod Clarity's Vigil does go down. They're trading off for the Mollis on the low end here. It's just oftentimes the case that these medium guns are able to track really well. There's a lot of Sig Bloom, especially from these shield ships from the Pandemic Horde side. That being said, Horde are trading pretty well at the current moment.
Yeah, Mollis for Vigil right now, so the Mollis is worth a little bit more, 1 point exactly. They're trying to work on this Hyena, take the paints off of the Pandemic Horde side, but their paints are down, so it makes it a little bit harder to kill this low end from Pandemic Horde. And importantly, Horde still has a carry, so they're still damping out this Absolution, Navy Prophecy, and Navy Brutex.
Yeah, carry's making it absolutely miserable for the Post-Pod Clarity team trying to apply damage into Horde as they're simply unable to lock at range. As long as they're able to continue to kite, they're going to prevent so much of the damage from the Post-Pod Clarity side. Post-Pod Clarity, though, their attack bar is still pretty solid, a little higher than Horde's even. Some damage now going onto the Jackdaw Hyena, who have dropped into Hull. Jackdaw dies on Horde's side. Horde now are shooting the Navy Omen of Fenrir Chainbreaker from Post-Pod Clarity, but PPC, they're taking a good advantage to start with.
Yeah, they just haven't had enough damage application after losing their Hyena to actually kill any of Post-Pod Clarity's medium-sized ships of the armor variety. Even without the paints, though, Post-Pod Clarity is getting better application out of their medium guns. They're taking down this Tengu as well, and they're starting to run away with this match. They have not lost any of their high ends. They've only lost their paints. And at the moment, they're onto the Scimitar now. Nice Nicholas. Very low shield at the moment. Doesn't even look like he's going to be able to get next LASB charge off. And with that post-pod clarity, we'll be able to take at least one match away from Horde in this feeder round. We will see them in the Redemption Port, as is a given for the two-team group.
Yeah, Horde's comp here really reliant on both electronic warfare effects from the carries, but also from this Tengu. I believe was an ECM fit Tengu, or Jamgu, as people often refer to it as. There were some jams trying to go off into the Deacons at some point. The carries maintained good damps on the top end of post-pod clarity for most of the start of this, but they just simply weren't able to do enough. Post-pod clarity were applying very well, took things bottom to top for the most part. Yeah, now with the Scimitar, Tengu having fallen, there's not too much left from Pandemic Horde. They're still trying to put some damage now onto this Vigilant, but he's catching reps from the pair of Deacons. No Logi left on the side of Horde, so they won't be able to do the same.
Yeah, and it's pretty important to remember, right? Shield ship should have the advantage in a Kite v Kite matchup in terms of raw speed, especially if there's nothing to force the shield ships into a closer range for the armor ships. But as we saw here, there was a little bit of better piloting around the arena from post-pod clarity. They were able to keep their guns in range, even with the damps from the Mollusk, which died very quickly, and of course that carries. And as such, they were able to apply to the Horde ships. And once the paints were down from both these teams, heavy missiles apply worse to armor medium-sized ships than medium guns do at range, because the radial velocity is much lower, and they don't have to worry about missile application effects.
Godoful and Chosen One now are just trying to show off their piloting skill on these pair of Fleet Cyclones, the top end from Pandemic Horde. Godoful does die, and it's just Chosen One left now. He's still managing to kite around very well, but these medium guns are not going to struggle to apply to him whatsoever. Looks like a lot of the small end racing to catch up with him now. I think they're not even going to manage to. He's just going to kite around until the medium guns take him down.
Yeah, and with that, remember, Horde still in to the Alliance tournament. Post-pod clarity still into the Redemption bracket, but it's nice for them to take a match before tomorrow. With that, we're going to send it back to the desk after a break. We'll be right back after this.
That's everyone making sad honk noises. If you bet on Pandemic Horde post-pod clarity, taking a commanding win, almost clean sweeping. They lost a single frigate. Both teams will be into the Alliance tournament, so they'll still be pretty happy. But if you're in Twitch chat and you bet on Horde, as many of you did, sad honk.
Thank you for your points.
All right. So, Misty, you were just talking about target painters and the role that they play and sometimes their importance. We were talking about it on the Bellicose. What happens when you take it on a ship like the Hyena?
Yes. So the Hyena is another ship. It kind of serves two roles in AT comps. It has a bonus to target painters, which, as we mentioned, increases the signature radius of the ship that it is pointing at. But it can also fit webs. So part of the discussion that was going on in the background in that match was about wing conditions. Theranth has pointed out that with the Jackdaws on grid, there is a significant amount of DPS going into those Logi frigates, those two Deacons that we saw from the post-pod clarity team. The wing condition for Horde was essentially to web those frigates down, have those Jackdaws with those heavy missile ships as well. The like Tengu, and I think it was Cyclone Fleet issues, but it could have been Claymores. I can't quite remember. It was that whole. Essentially, shoot the Deacons, get them dead, and then they'll be able to pick apart the rest of the team. They were unable to do that. The rail spam came out. It destroyed the Mollusk very quickly. It then followed by removing the Hyena very quickly, and their game plan essentially fell apart. So, again, very important ship, but also very squishy. And we saw how much effort went into trying to keep that Hyena alive from the Scimitar, and it just wasn't able to.
Right on. They were actually Fleet Cyclones. You were right. Got the shape right. That's all that matters. Mod, another kind of thing that we saw here from the Pandemic Horde side, is a Tengu, a strategic cruiser, one that we don't see very often in the Alliance tournament. Can you tell me what role that ship might have been playing?
Yeah, so we don't see it a lot these days anymore, but one thing you can do with it is you can put the ECM subsystem on it. You're going to sacrifice a little bit in terms of overall damage, usually, and some survivability, right? Because in a shield composition, right, every jam you put in the mid slot means that you're either not fitting a shield extender, a shield hardener, right, or some other module that's going to increase your survivability there. So usually they're often brought in almost like an armor composition where you say, hey, because a lot of the Blackbird, right, some of the other, like the Rook, they're not really great armor ships. Sometimes we've seen that. The issue with the Tengu, though, is it's a lot of points. And we saw that play an effect here where they brought Fleet Cyclones, right, and they couldn't bring, a Claymore because they spent so many points on something like this Tengu. Something critical to note this year and the last year compared to prior years is that we used to see tracking disruption go on the mids of these jackdaws, right? And this year that's not a legal thing you can do. So you only can put tracking disruption on those Amar ships that are bonus to it. And the problem that you run into is, like Mystical Might was saying, is that in order to kill the Deacon, right, that's really your win condition of the setups, you have to be able to web them down. But the problem is that you have to get close enough, usually around 30, 40 kilometers with the web, if you've got links to do that. You can't get that close to these medium or these medium gunships because they're going to delete you off the field. So unless you have a way to tracking control them or really damp them down that hard, you can't execute on that. So when all of those damp ships got killed, and it was just the Hyena by itself, it's sitting there being the saddest Hyena getting picked apart at like 100 kilometers, not the 40 kilometers it really needs to be in. And I hate to say it, but that was a lost match that Pandemic Horde lost in draft.
So, we know the Horde team is very strategic. They have quite a lot of tournament pedigree. The Horde executor has won multiple Alliance tournaments as a player. So, maybe they were just keeping some of their strategies hidden and taking one that, was a little bit maybe more risky, but one that they're not showing too much with. In our next match, we've got another team that's got a lot of tournament pedigree, Rote Kapelle, going up against Till Doomsday. Rote Kapelle, if they win, they're in. Another one of these situations where they have kind of a lot riding on this match. If we are a big Alliance tournament nerd, you know a little bit about Rote Kapelle. You got to spam that Mademoiselle in Twitch chat. But for those who aren't super familiar with them, Rote actually did create a spokesperson video that we can throw to right now.
Hey there, space friends. My name is Rui Hoshino, and I'm a member of Rote Kapelle. Rote was formed in 2008 as a PvP-focused alliance, and we've been all over the galaxy looking for fights, from Syndicate to Providence to Aquarius to Great Wildlands to Tribute to Pontryvan, and now back to Great Wildlands. We go where the small gang action is, and where there isn't any, we make more. Rote first competed in Alliance Tournament 7, but our founding members were part of the Star Fraction team that beat Band of Brothers with the 10 Thorax charge in AT4. Since then, we've been in it most every year, winning some spectacular matches and losing some heartbreakers. It's not easy balancing tournament practice with PvP on Tranquility, but our team is dedicated and we make it work. You should cheer for whoever brings you joy this tournament. Aside from my own team, I always cheer for Templis. They've won it all before, they're always fun to watch, and they're just a good bunch of dudes. But if you do choose to cheer for Rote Kapelle, make sure to spam those Mademoiselle.
All right. Really great to hear from these teams. Love to know what kind of makes them tick, what they like to do on TQ as well. But Rote, a lot of tournament pedigree, as they had mentioned, going all the way back. They actually once beat a team I was captaining, and it felt horrible because losing sucks, and Rote is always annoying to play against. They're very strong. But they do have some bands that we can kind of go over coming in live now. It looks like we have the Armageddon Navy issue band, the Abaddon band, and the Loki is eliminated from this upcoming match. What do you make about that, Wingnut?
I like the Abaddon bands because they're one of those projection ships that are really tanky. Like I said it last week, they can actually kind of brawl while also being a projection ship with great resist. So they're a very good ship to just remove, especially if you haven't got the damage to break through. The Loki, delete Nighthawk Rush, simple. And Ged Navy again is that ship that can do a lot of different things well, and we usually see them in 2s or 3s. So good set of bands. I like what they're going for here. I'm curious, might see a kite comp here?
Yeah, anything is available. I suspect that we're going to see probably a Nighthawk, and I'm hoping we see a Bellicose, goofy little ship. Misty, what do you kind of think we're going to see?
It's actually kind of tricky to say from these matchups. I'm expecting probably a little bit of projection. I don't think that they're necessarily going to want to dive in directly and try and brawl. It looks like they're trying to remove some of the strong long-range nukes from projection ships in the Armageddon Navy issue in the Abaddon, and also remove some long-range webs that can actually do damage. If I see a Hugin in this matchup, I'm going to cry, though.
All right. Well, we've got the match just ready to go between Rote and Till Doomsday. Again, if Rote win, they're in. Till Doomsday have to have a pretty commanding win in order to do it. But there is a path to victory for them. Maybe we'll see them with some spicy garlic. Maybe they'll just take other cool ships. Who knows? You know, in 40 seconds, we're going to the match right now with your amazing commentators.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Firvana, joined by Theranth, and we are into Rote Kapelle versus Till Doomsday on the red side. Rote Kapelle, what have they brought?
Rote Kapelle has actually warped in at range. They are 1650 away from the arena beacon. They are all sporting right rapid missile launchers and heavy missile launchers. So the play is definitely here to kite, and they are opposed by a ham team. What do you think, Fear? Is this ham team going to deliver garlic? Well, there's no garlic, but are they going to deliver the beef on top?
I think it's going to be very difficult for them because all of the ships from Rote Kapelle are much faster, and there are no Lokis and no Onyxes from Till Doomsday. So they're going to have a hard time catching up and actually killing any members of this Rote Kapelle squad. They do have a Hyena for some long-range webs, but they have to be very careful about how they use that as the HML Kite squad. I've played this matchup a couple of times in scrims. It's not easy for the Ham Rush.
It is not. It's not definitely easy for Hammers, but it is doable. The key here is that they do not lose the Hyena. The win condition here is to slowly pick apart the Rote Kapelle team for Till Doomsday and start trading favorably, which I think is not going to be happening here, as Eridon in Karkul Navy issues already have shield here. However, the DPS is something that is worth remembering. Will only slow down where those Orphuses have to reload. So if he manages to pull away and they have a scimitar behind him, maybe he will live.
Yeah, having that semi-logi and getting away from those rapid light missile launchers. We see actually the Fleet Cyclone of Proxy has been tackled. He's scrammed up right now, not webbed by this Hyena at the moment, as the Hyena is kind of playing a little bit back, doesn't want to get taken down by these rapid light Orthoruses. But Proxy and the Cyclone Fleet issue still going down into about 1/3 shield around the natural shield regen point. They have a Scimitar as well, so the Ham Rush, well, should be able to deal with the Cyclone Fleet eventually. It is a little bit more difficult with the Semi. As we mentioned that, though, the Semi of Fandelbit also in a bit of trouble from these HMLs. He's painted up right now, but he has not been tackled at all, so he should be able to burn away.
Yeah, I don't know if he will be able to, though, because those ships, they are right now converging on top of the Scimitar, so range is not going to save him. Even though they trade him for Proxy, potentially, it's still going to make the Ham Rush life's a little bit more difficult, as they, without the logistics, of course, they won't be able to, just tank for indefinite amounts of time. However, they do have significant EHP advantage over here. It's going to take a while for those rapid lights to chew through the Drake Navies and the Nighthawk. Flan is still dying slowly, living like a champ. I think he might have run out of ASB charges, though, as he hits half structure. Is not long for this world. However, Can Peso in Orphis is already half shield as well. Good play by the Till Doomsday. Go for the weakest link right there in the Orphis.
Yeah. They're getting tackle on so many ships right now. We see 4 tackled ships from Rote Kapelle, this Fleet Cyclone, this Orthrus, which has just gone down, another Orthrus of Rue, Scrampton Webs, as well as the Hyena of Iskander has also been webbed down. The Skybreaker, though, ends up falling from Till Doomsday. He was webbed up by the Hyena and just gets deleted by the combined might of these Orthruses. As I say that, though, this tackle from Till Doomsday, they lose their Hyena once again, just absolutely gets deleted. And with that, they're all out of tackle except for the Scrams on their ships, so their long-range tackle is gone, but Till Doomsday still has an Orthrus and a Fleet Cyclone tackled and going down.
Yeah, I think that was the play of going for the Hyena too late on the side of Rote Kapelle. They should have deleted him immediately when Flan was no longer to this world, because then those relatively slow Navy Drakes, they are unable to waddle on top of the Orpheus. That's supposed to be kitey, but can always ready to surprise us with his performance there. Roten is already dying as well, but we will see if maybe the amount of losses that Team Doomsday team is going to sustain right now is going to make it significantly slower so that Rote can recover. But honestly, I wouldn't bet on that.
Well, they still have their Scimitar, whereas Till Doomsday does not, and they're going to lose this Navy Caracal for the Fleet Cyclone of Rotan. Voxday going down, he's already into low structure, ends up falling. This Fleet Cyclone of Rotan also into structure now. He should end up falling here. Scimitar just unable to keep up with the damage quite yet, as Rima is the most expensive ship still alive from Rote Kapelle. But importantly, once again, Till Doomsday are all out of long-range tackle, and their ships are much slower. So with that, Rote Kapelle still has a chance in this match. They're only about 43 points behind, and they have the kite advantage versus the brawl from the hams of Till Doomsday.
Till Doomsday also, in order to advance, they have to...
but they have a tackle in the Scimitar.
Yeah.
Oh, it's over.
Well,
it's over.
Well, they might have probably just lost like a Caracal or a Bellicose or maybe another Caracal in the time that is left until the match finishes, but I don't fear that even with what they have left on the field, they will be able to chew through much more. So it's just a matter of time. I'm just wondering if they have gathered enough points to actually be able to advance into the redemption bracket, because there was like a point situation in this group. I believe they had to score at least 167 points in under 8 minutes and lose 0 to advance, with Accept Your Fate being the redemption bracket. So I'm not sure what the point situation here is, but it was also a factor to play, and this group was pretty tight when it came to win-loss ratio.
Yeah, we're going to have the desk break that one down as they have the information more readily available. As I say that, though, Frank Latank going down into structure should end up falling here. That Scimitar dying, pretty costly for Rote Kapelle. Till Doomsday now at 140 points. Caracal goes down for 75 points for Rote Kapelle. At the moment, we are 4 minutes left in the match. Tackle onto the Stork now. So that should go down. And as I said, that Iskander and the Hyena gets deleted, gets taken down pretty quickly. Probably by drones from Till Doomsday. So they're now up 151 points. You mentioned they need to get at least 160. Well, with the Stork, they will grab that.
Yeah, well, this Bellicose might actually be able to win if he's turns around and stops running behind the keep it in an Orpheus. Maybe he would save some points. I don't know if it's worth it, but one ship more on the grid that is standing is always better than losing, because maybe we can see that they are beelining right now, trying to chase this Orpheus and just get some sort of tackling ship on top of him. Maybe this Caracal would be able to, but he is moving suspiciously slowly, so he's either out of cap or he has burned his prop. He's just stranded there behind the BCs.
Okay, so a little bit of knowledge coming in from Mystical Might in our channel. So in order to advance because of the match, they need to score at least actually 170 points in under 10 minutes to advance with Rote Kapelle and get past Accept Your Fate. So Rote Kapelle actually is kind of incentivized to lose this Orthrus, as with that 184 points, that means Accept Your Fate, I believe, if my information is correct, is out of the tournament, and both these teams are going on to Redemption or AT, as Till Doomsday end up getting that 184 points, that 170 points that they needed to get over Accept Your Fate.
Sadly, they won't be able to accept any scam contract this year. However, still decent performance. The matches that they have played, especially the off-meta Praxis pick, was it looked very nice actually. So it's a shame that they won't get to play, but they shouldn't feel bad about the performance. Not at all. Well,
yeah, and I mean, this was a tight group. I think all three of these teams have had some level of tournament success in the past, obviously, except for Fate getting prize ships last year. But Till Doomsday, previously of Local's primary fame, that team ended up splitting off. They've had some decent tournaments over the last 2 years as well, and Rote Kapelle has been kind of a perennial in the tournament type of team. So a bit of a group of death. Sad to see Accept Your Fate going, but with that, 1 minute 23 seconds left. This Caracal and this Vigil still going to stay up for the time being, but they are getting chunked down by Till Doomsday at the moment with no Logi. It should end up being a 200-point victory, unless Gamma decides to run away. Actually, Gamma should run away, so that'll be a 194-point victory for Till Doomsday.
I think it's safe to say that this Vigil is not going to die with only like a couple of warriors. They're already actually hobgoblins turning around, moving over the area somewhere else, so he's going to probably live. Do you think like there was something else other than just like leaving not leaving the Hyena until the very last that they could have done better? Because it is on paper a matchup that Kiting can win if they play perfectly, right? So they obviously must have done something wrong.
Yeah, it's I think the desk will break that down a little bit more, but Rote Kapelle, I think they just ended up getting tackled in ways that they probably shouldn't have. Kit Kat and the Hyena played back so intelligently at the start of the match, didn't really dive in for any sort of tackle until Till Doomsday was already kind of in a position to capitalize on that, got the double webs, and followed up with a bunch of scrams from Till Doomsday, and Rote Kapelle just weren't able to spread out as they should in a kite setup versus rush. With that, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, the desk will break that down and bring us into the next match. We will be right back after this.
All right, we are back. Till Doomsday looking real good, incredibly spreading out some tackle, taking out Rote, and crucially, as the commentators mentioned, they scored enough points to win the tiebreaker in their match. So Rote and Till Doomsday will survive and Accept Your Fate, even though they were not playing in this match, are eliminated from Alliance Tournament 20 based on how Till Doomsday scored over 170 points. Yes, it's complicated, but of course it's Eve. We've got a spreadsheet for that. My goodness, what a great match. Misty, you want to talk a little bit about the positioning of a kite team versus a rush team when you're kind of in that situation?
Yeah, one of the highlights of the match for me, at least, was seeing the Scimitar being pushed away from the rest of his team, right? The rush team, and I apologize for getting the names. I think it was Till Doomsday, the rush team, I think, managed to separate the Rote Kapelle Scimitar, forcing it across the arena and outside of its optimal range on its reps, which allowed them to actually start chunking through some of the Rote Kapelle ships. So I think positioning is very important, being able to push Logi away from the rest of its team. You don't have to necessarily always tackle and kill the Logi to neuter how effective it is in a given match. You just need to make sure that they're not in a position to actually bring that logistics to bear. And I think that was very well done in this match from the Till Doomsday side.
Yeah, definitely. We were kind of talking about the match as it was ongoing. And moderator, I think you were kind of pointing out, like, if you are interested in the Alliance tournament, this is a match that you'll probably want to study just based on how everyone flew and how everyone piloted. Till Doomsday tackle pilots did great. Proxy getting tackled and then Rote having to swap over to kill the Scimitar, trying to do everything. Like, so many decisions going on in that split second there. We could talk about this for hours. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, we've got way more AT matches to come. I am giga psyched for our next match. Of course, it's the Ancients versus Snuffed Out. Low Sectaires and Snuffed will kind of enter the arena. No Sinos allowed. Marshals can't quite get there. But if they make it into the Alliance tournament, they might be able to win a Tech 2 Marshal, which would make Losec that much more scary. All right, all this rambling aside, let's look at the bans. And it looks like the Curse, Loki, Scimitar, and Abaddon are the ships that are banned out. Wingnut, any gleaning any information from those bans, or just really strong bans to remove?
I'm going to say this, and I mean it in the nicest way possible, okay? Ancients banning scimitars, them banning people trying to kite them. They want to make it a simple, knuckle-dragging fight. That's my opinion on that. They're great guys. I've flown with a few of them. I suspect they're trying to go for the I don't want to think about this. Just ram them and just try and kill them, because if it's too complex, they might fall flat. Snuffed Out, we don't know what's going on with Snuff, man. They've brought 4 Demosses before. They could bring anything weird.
All right, 4 Demos says, maybe we'll see it. They're not banned out. But crucial to know, if Snuff win, then they advance. The Ancients do have a path in as well. It's a little bit more complicated. It involves scoring a heck of a lot of points. But you know what? Who cares about what the win conditions are? I just want to see some explosions. So we're going to pass it off to the arena for our commentators to break down this match between the Ancients and Snuffed Out.
Hello everyone, this is Farron Valarax together with Ali Aras here for this interesting match of a Snuffed Out versus the Ancient, because if I am not mistaken, this one team that is currently on grid cannot afford to lose at all. Ali, would you break down what Snuffed actually warped in coming into this?
Yeah, so Snuffed has brought a shield, medium gun spam / Octodad / max threat setup, and it looks like the Ancients have showed up with Minmatar Rush, and in particular, Sleipnir Rush. So we should be seeing Snuffed Out turn around, use their range advantage to pick off ships from the Snuffed Out side, and I'm expecting to see some Squalls go down very quickly here.
Same here, absolutely. I'm getting a little bit of deja vu over here with this match, because this is exactly the same matchup that Snuff played last time. It was also Max Red in Shield with Ferox Navy into Sleipnirs and Assorted Tackle. We can see the Scalpel already going down on the Ancient side. Oof, this is going to be half of the effective reps. So now their win condition is completely altered. They cannot afford to lose any more time, as their Squall is already hitting half shield.
Yeah, and this is a rough matchup for Ancients if they're trying not to lose any points. Both teams here, tons of damage, and Snuffed Out doing a great job of using that advantage to take out 1 Logistics, 1 Squall, and damage going on to both the Kirin and the Squall next. Meanwhile, Snuffed Out lost nothing. Trottle Elf and the Hyena still using those paints to rain medium gun damage down on the Ancients' small ships.
They are already trading 3 ships. They have traded 2. There's going to be the 3rd one. The Squall is down. Kirin is going to follow quite soon, and they haven't even lost a single Ferox Navy, who admittedly might die, but I think this is like amazing trading going right there. They did a very decent play where they are shooting the main primary, which is the Squall, but after the Scalpel has died, they just dump an absolute swarm of light damage drones on his Kirin body, and he's just unable to sustain himself, because light drones, no matter what prop mods you're running, they're gonna apply.
Yep, and Snuffed Out also doing a very good job of keeping the ships in Ancients tackled that might actually be able to threaten their ability to keep that range advantage. The broadswords tackled down, Onyx was webbed, both ships really just being prevented from getting up on top of any of the Snuffed Out members. And the Snuffed Out members have done a nice job also of starbursting, so even if you catch one of them, you can't catch all of them.
That's the advantage that the medium long range guns give them. They don't have to be on top of their target in able to be able to apply damage, even using close range ammo. The Ferox Navy is going to comfortably be able to apply from over 25-30 kilometers, and I'm talking optimal. I'm not even talking about fall off yet. Ergonol is
regular good old Ferox is sadly going to go down, but at the same time, first of the Sleipnirs from the ancient sites heading into armor.
Yep, very well flown by Snuff. Very well planned out. Ancients obviously a little bit of a disadvantage on the warp in here. They brought a comp that requires close range, while Snuffed Out can also bring a quite hefty attack bar, but apply it further away, and Snuff did a very good job of doing that.
He's boosting still though, Karantar. Karantar alone is holding for his dear life in the Sleipnir. They've managed to deliver the other damage dealers, the Onyx and the other two Sleipnirs on top of Destoya and the Ferox Navy. So even if they manage to kill Destoya, it's going to be a lot of EHP that they have to chew through, and there is an Osprey just comfortably sitting there, wrapping his body. If anybody tries to go for him, he can just burn away and keep on doing so. The Ancients did actually a decent play where a Skybreaker was tackling one of the Sleipnirs, so all of the other DPS ships they stopped. They just freed their body. The Skybreaker was absolutely volleyed through the Osprey reps, and then they managed to move on top of the Destoya. It's probably not going to change the outcome of the match, but this is how you're supposed to play. The worst thing that can happen to any rush kind of a setup is to be strung away, just sitting 20 kilometers every now and there, like apostles on grid or something, and unable to just do anything to save others of their own team.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, Karanthor falls. We've got both Su, Lee, and Volstrius in these Sleipnir and Onyx respectively tackled. Su, Lee falling. I'm sure Su will also use that amazing Sleipnir ASB bonus to try and survive a little bit longer, see if they can get a little bit more damage into Destoya, maybe try to even up the points count a little bit more.
I wonder what was the fitting actually, because those Sleipnirs, they actually managed to survive for quite a long time. Some teams, they opt to forego any tackling mods in those shield rushes on the in the min rush archetype, because Minmatar ships, they have only usually 5 mids in cruiser battle cruiser size, and every mid slot, as previously the desk have expertly told us about, matters in EHP to damage meta. So it's a micro adaptation, but just a curious point here as he goes down, regardless of what was his middle slots layout.
Yep. And with that, we've just got Volstrius in the Onyx surviving. It
Not
is
for long, probably though.
Yep. This is Snuffed Out winning their way into the Alliance tournament. Slow Children at play, the other team in this group, will also be going on. So we'll see more of them. The Ancients will be going home. This is the end of the tournament for them, but good, well fought. We've seen them before. I'm sure we'll see them back another year to have another run at this feeders tournament.
Amazing run, basically by Snuff Out in the feeders, and only ever revealing one comp. And as the match concludes, we're just going to take it back to the studio.
All right, and with that, Snuffed Out beat the Ancients in a really well-piloted match from Snuffed Out. Again, as Theroth mentioned, only showing that one comp to the feeders. They are into Alliance Tournament 20, and reading how the points lined out, Slow Children at play also advance with that win. So yeah, Snuffed Out. They will be in the main tournament, contending for potential prize ships like the Python, Cobra, and Sidewinder. The Garissas have modified some very cool Concord ships, and can't wait to see these ships enter TQ. But before that all happens, we have to get through Alliance 120 and find a winner. And this match was a bit of a squeaker. Lots of really cool stuff to talk about. Sleipnirs for the first time of the day. Misty, we've used to see Sleipnirs winning Alliance tournaments all the time. Kind of what is their role in the meta at the moment? Why do we see the drop off?
Yeah, it seems like their role in the meta at the moment is for teams to bring when they want to lose. It would be better, I think, for these teams to be flying them as artillery boats, trying to make use of their range and their ability to alpha through reps. Pair that with some strong target painting boats, you'd be able to pick off some of the lower end in these comps that we're seeing, especially with the utilization of so many logistics frigates. It would make it easier to clear, logistics frigates off the grid. But they even fall short in that kind of metric because we have the rise of, the Octodaddy, the medium gun spam, whatever you want to call it, which can effectively do the same role but better and with more consistent damage coming out. If you miss one of your shots with an artillery Sleipnir, then you have to wait for the full cycle time of those artillery before you can take another shot. Whereas medium gun spam, you'll have a bunch of other ships also able to put damage out at range without necessarily the same tracking issues that you would have with a Sleipnir. So I think that there are just ships that do the Sleipnir's role better, which is unfortunate because the Sleipnir, I think, is a staple of the tournament environment, and I think it's one that we're all happy to see when it hits grid. It's just that, as Theranth pointed out in the match, the Nighthawk is able to do close range damage out to about 25-30 kilometers. The Sleipnir can do it out to about 8 kilometers. That's a significant difference in the amount of damage that you're able to do at range.
Yeah, and when you're facing a team that's flown incredibly efficiently and incredibly well, it even makes everything that much harder. Maud, you were kind of looking at the Snuff team and their kind of execution of that match. What kind of standouts did you see that just made it look easy for them?
Yeah, so we were talking a little bit about the Rote Kapelle match, how they were getting caught easily, and something that the Snuffed Out team did rather well was just separating themselves apart from any one of these ships. So even if you did, use those Hexgrams to hold something down, they did a good job at separating themselves. And then Trottle used his bonus web and paint to really lock down these Logi frigates. They broke that apart. They just pushed through the Squalls, took out a lot of that really high damage but low EHP. And they really understood what their win conditions are. You can tell that they've practiced against these sort of rushes in this kind of a composition, and they brought a lot of kinetic thermal damage, which is very, very good against this Minmatar Tech 2 Sleipnir. So they did everything right. Again, nothing like crazy outstanding, but just solidly better than their opponent team. And, you don't have to be, the world beaters. You just have to be better than your opponent, any given Sunday, and you'll take home the W.
Any given Saturday, even turns out. All right, well, really cool match. Again, Snuffed Out and Slow Children at Play will advance from their very competitive bracket. Next up, we've got probably a fan favorite bracket, and the next match is between Goonswarm and Templis CALSF. Templis have been very strong in some pretty recent tournaments. You can spam your cartons for the last Spartan. Goons, a perennial tournament staple. Feels like they're always here when they apply to the correct tournament. But yeah, let's look at the bans real quick. All right. It looks like Goons have banned the Loki and Navy Geddon, while the Eos and Scimitar are also banned from the Templis side. Kind of looking at this, what do you make of it, Wignut?
Loki and Armageddon Navy ban are the standards. We've seen a lot of those. The interesting one is the Eos ban. The Eos is a very strong ship and is very versatile for a lot of comps. That is a very particular ban from Templis. I wonder if they don't like. I think Goons are somewhat known for using drones, so maybe they're just going, you know what? No, you're not allowed to have that. But listen, it's a very particular ban. Scimitar is also very particular because it's kind of the opposite. It's a shield kite ban. So Templis are on something. They know something I don't. And Goons just brought the standard bans, which is not a bad thing at all.
All right. Again, Goons are banning out the Loki and Geddon, and Templis banning out the Eos and Scimitar. We haven't seen too many drone comps. Maybe we're in for a surprise in a couple seconds here, but either way, we're going to send it to the arena to break down this match between Goonswarm and Templis CALSF.
Hello, everyone. I'm Aliaris here with Theron Thalrax, and we are here to break down Goonswarm Federation versus Templis CALSF. Goons have brought another medium gun spam setup with armor ships. What have Templis CALSF brought?
They have brought something that is a staple of that team. It's namely an Abaddon. This time it's an Abaddon together with a Balgorn in order to enable those Mega Pulses to actually track. However, this Bal, reminder for everybody not aware, it's not a flagship. I repeat, this is not a flagship. This is a regular tech to Abaddon. Balgorn. Web range probably 30k, maybe a little bit less even. So they will have to push in order to actually apply damage to those Harb's Navy and low end of the Goonswarm team.
And it is a gun ball, so that Balgorn can contribute to the Templis CALSF attack bar as both teams are underway, and Goons are moving around. Templis CALSF indeed slowly moving around the arena, looking for the right spot to make their move.
However, they are pressuring already the assignable. This is an arm assignable, so only 4 low slots. It won't be the best tank. However, until it doesn't get webbed, he should be able to burn away, get more mitigation from those Mega Pulses, and maybe live to win. It won't be able. I won't be able to say that about Vigilant of Slacknail though. Slackman, who is tackled, webbed, and is getting neutered by the Balgorn there.
Yeah, Devin Pankin and the Balgorn doing the battleship just run into the enemy team and start laying down the damage, or in this case, laying down the tackle and the newts as Slackman just falls, and Devin's going to look around for his next target.
The other team, the Goonswarm team, is in the meantime is not doing nothing though. They are trying to circle around, get around the Abaddons. They are plicking in the backside of the Templis team. You can see damage being applied to Crucifier. They are forced into close range, right where Templis team wants them, in the arms of the Abaddon, in the warm embrace of a grappler from the Abaddon, and in the webs of the Balgorn. They are already, the Harbinger Navy of Lord Jackson is steadily going down. They might be able to trade for a Crucifier. However, the Crucifier is slowly picking up thanks to the reps from the Deacons. There's a huge cloud of damage drones on him. However, we can see also a lot of rep bots.
Yeah, the Crucifier is doing a lot of work keeping the Goonswarm Federation team from applying their damage as much as they would want. And Goonswarm Federation losing some of those damage ships. They lost the Vigilant. They're losing that Navy Harbinger. Templis CALSF, on the other hand, surviving very nicely.
In the act of desperation, they switched to the Balgorn of Templis team. However, I think it's not going to matter too much. Dirk is probably already steadily neutered, even though heavy news have a long cycle time, and there has been adaptation last year that some teams run double injectors on those battle cruisers. The NOS keeps on cycling every 5 or 10 seconds, so it's going to keep on draining Blood Raider ships. No matter the amount of capacitor, they always keep on draining. So Dirk's hardeners are probably off. He's not able to shoot. They haven't been even able to kill one Crucifier on the Goonswarm team thanks to the crippling effect of the newts, webs, and those target disruptors that are forcing them into the range of aforementioned. So Dirk goes down. It's an minus Astarte. Ali, do we see any way out of this?
It's going to be really tough. As you said, Templis CALSF, they've brought a big control bar. They're able to use it. They're able to leverage it. Goonswarm, not able to leverage their large damage bar. I think at this point, Goons are going to have to find some way to manage to get maybe a wrecking shot, lucky hit on that Crucifier, on maybe the Thalia, maybe the Deacon, another low-end ship. It's also possible they could try pushing in and just putting DPS into one of these battleships. I mean, the battleships, they're tracking disrupted, but battleships are extremely large, extremely easy to hit. But as Ranch goes down, that's just another piece of damage for the Goonswarm team that's not available for them to execute that plan.
Yeah, I think one of the mistakes I saw in the beginning, actually, of the match is that as the Balgorn of Templis CALSF team was pushing towards the Goons team, they didn't really correct their course. They kept on flying around it, which enabled it to actually grab and slow down. I think it was the Vigilant and Dirk
in the Astarte. And while the rest of the Goon team tried to burn and they get to the backline, trying to replicate the maneuver that Evasive Maneuvers did earlier today versus a similar control comp, they got met by the wall of the Abaddons. So they cannot even really dive for webs if they had webs on those cruises, battle cruises, because if they do, they just get caught by the Abaddon, grappled, and just Conflag is going to make sure that they are not going to last long in there in that hell of lasers.
Yeah, and those Abaddons are definitely doing work, just pumping out damage into each of these targets as the target gets tackled, and then the Abaddon damage lands on and cleans it up. There goes Jade in the Navy Brutix. We've got the Skybreaker falling into hull. The Goons team is just one by one falling. This match, by the way, here to decide who goes into the Alliance tournament and who goes into the feeders bracket. So both these teams are going to play again. It's looking like Templis, CALSF, they're going to get the qualifier into the Alliance tournament. We'll see them in October. Goonswarm Federation, we'll see them tomorrow.
Yeah, so Goon fans out there in Twitch chat, do not despair. Your boys have still a chance, and gals have still chance to bring it back and qualify into the tournament via the redemption bracket. Yeah, we see that Prof Navy, the last battle cruiser on the Goonswarm side, is going down slowly but steadily. Those Baddens, they didn't even have to worry about the Logi frigates, really. The amount of DPS they can bring up close is obscene, and they can still project pretty well out there. Yeah, I think that was really well played. There were maybe by Templis team, maybe there was a chance if Goons tried to do some sort of a coordinated MJD play, not allowing their members run into the Balgorn and get webbed and slowed down and slowly dismantled. Because at some point, Jamie Verpio, it was a little bit touch and go in that Crucifier. Maybe if he goes down, it's easier for them, but now it's a redemption bracket for them.
Yeah, and we'll wish them luck there. Third part of this, the third team in this group, Test Tournament team, they are already out. They were eliminated last weekend, one of the few teams that did it. Podrick and Nathalia just went past the microjump beacon. I'm just going to take a quick look. Is he he's going for it. Edge of Glory, Podrick here to set a record. Let's see how far out of bounds he can go. And there we go. With that,
193.
We'll send it back to the desk. Oh, 153. Nice. Very well done.
All right, Templis, CALSF looking like tournament champions, taking the 200-0 win over Goonswarm. Goons not eliminated completely. They can still, as Ali was mentioning, make their way through the redemption bracket, so we'll see them tomorrow. Test Alliance, however, in that group have been eliminated, and Templis make it all the way through, looking really comfortable in that match. Wingnut, we saw Balgorn for the first time in a while. It's a lot of points, and I guess it kind of seemed worth it in that one. Do you feel like it's worth it for how much it costs?
I don't. I'm willing to bet Misty and Mullet will disagree, but I do not like it. I find it incredibly expensive. For instance, that comp had 5 frigates and 2 destroyers, of which the 2 destroyers are just there for links. Their entire comp is basically in the battleships. Now, of course, this is Templis. They can use those crucifiers well. I'm not saying they can't, but you've put everything into this one big ball of stuff. All it would have taken is one crucifier, they would have lost like half the DPS off the bat immediately. So it is a big investment. You can think what you can get if you were to downgrade the Balgorn to, in my opinion, a Geddon, but downgrade to something else. What can you get out of that? You can get a more substantial support wing. So it's very much almost like an all-in comp, because you're basically just saying this Baal is worth the price, and just praying it works.
Yeah, so today we've seen a lot of Ham Rush, we've seen a lot of Heavy Missile Kite. This is really the first time we've seen this abandoned core. We've had a couple of bans here and there, but really the first time seeing this abandoned core. What is it meant to do, moderator? And is this something we might see more of?
Yeah, so I think the reason that they brought this here is that the composition that they brought is just generically good if you're Templis against either a missile spam rush or kind of a max threat battlecruiser core. if you look at the bans they have, right, of Eos and Scimitar, you're really getting away from what can really threaten this Templis side. And the reason you bring that Balgorn, right, is you need something to be able to get webs and hold down a target so your Abaddons can actually apply and track damage. So Balgorn heated webs are going to hit to around just over 30 kilometers. And really what you're saying is, rush me. If you do, I'm going to use my webs to pick you apart, and string you guys along. And I think they really just said, skill issue, I can run this composition against Goons and we're going to win. And I think it's not like a composition you're going to see like against a top 8, top 16 team when you're really pushing it. But in this stage, really what you're just trying to do is say, okay, we just want to win cleanly here. Let's take a setup that's default generically good and covers a lot of things that can't really get counter comp too hard. And Templis ran it, and they, on pure execution, just were cleanly able to stomp out Goonswarm.
It looked really, really convincing. We did see Crucifiers as well for the first time in a while. It looked like they caused havoc on this poor Goon Squad team, who really needed these medium rails to just project, as we've seen them capable of doing, and hit those targets. Missy, how do you deal with something like a Crucifier? When it's kind of running at you?
Yeah, I guess it depends entirely on your comp. If you have your own small wing that you can send out as tackle to pin down the Crucifiers and do some damage to them, then that's one way of cleaning up the Crucifiers. Typically, you'll force the Logi to either keep the Crucifiers alive, or more likely, because the Crucifiers will sit 100 kilometers away from the fight, they'll just eventually die. The alternative is just to have more DPS ships on your team so that they can't actually track and disrupt everything down to minimal range. The more damage ships that you have, the harder it is for E-War to be effective against you. Another reason why we see medium turret spam, for example, or the ham rush, right? You spread that damage across so many ships, you can't neuter all of it. I do think that the Goon team should have really taken that match with some good piloting if they'd been able to transmatch against the Deacon and the Thalia, which is essentially just matching your speed and direction of travel so that you can track. You don't need target painters for that, but Goons were all over the place. They piled face first in with a Harbinger Navy issue going into the Abaddons and the Balgorn. I think piloting is really what lost Goons the match there, not anything that Templis did.
It's really a tricky spot. Every time you're in a match like this and you lose and you think there's a good chance you could have won, you just wish for that chance to have a redo. Just be like, maybe best of 3 and I can get it in the next one. But we do know that this Goon Squad, they have a lot of experience. They have run their own tournament in the Anger Games where they've been incredibly successful. So they know what they're doing, and we will see them more in Alliance Tournament 20. But for now, we'll just have to wait for that next match as they go into the redemption bracket. Speaking of redemption brackets, that's all day tomorrow. We have a short break coming up before our next set of 8 matches. It's going to be majestic. It's going to be amazing, and I'm told that we actually do now have. Yeah, that is actually correct. We do now have the giveaway that we spoke about at the beginning of the broadcast. It's a real life thing. If you want to get this cool Alliance Tournament 20 celebration bundle, you can win it in Twitch chat along with your drops. You won't get banned this time, and you won't cause the stream to crash, which is exactly what happened last time. No gaslighting. Just simply type !skins equals wins in Twitch chat to be entered. You only have to do it once. If you do it more than once, you don't get entered multiple times. So you don't have to spam. You can just spam.
You won't trick me this time. You timed me out last time. Not gonna trick me this time. Nope, I don't believe it.
Oh, it looks like it's working. Yeah, we tested that one live. Actually, just kidding. We just went with the plan instead of trying to go off script. All right, I am CCB Swift. Our amazing casting team will be back very shortly to bring you 8 more matches. But just sit back, enjoy some Quaif or Starsea Blast if that's what you like, and we'll see you shortly. All right, we are back. I am CCB Swift here for Alliance Tournament 20 feeder action. We're on day 3. 8 more matches to go. Some 8 cracker matches that we've already seen. Some really amazing piloting. Some really cool comps. And I'm joined on the desk, the proverbial desk, with Ali, Mystical Might, and Theronth. How you all doing?
Doing great.
Very good. Not gonna lie.
I'm trucking along.
It is fun to move from the desk, from the commentator booth to the desk, and we've got some surprises for you in the commentary booth. Not really surprises; they're faces you've seen already today. But I like to say it's going to be a surprise, so when we throw to them, people won't know. But our next match, gotta be full steam ahead here. We have. Of Essence going up against No Need Loose Face. Tell me a little bit about these teams. Anyone?
Sure. Of Essence and No Need Lose Face, we've seen them in tournaments before, both in Alliance Tournament and in the recent Anger Games. These teams are playing for... one of them is going to go into the Alliance Tournament proper. One of them is going to go into the Redemption bracket. So both these teams incentivized. If they win, they're in. If they lose, they'll have to fight it out tomorrow to see if they can make it into the Alliance Tournament.
Yeah, quite a lot riding on this match. Obviously, of course, you want to win every match, but when the stakes are like go in or have to play some more matches to potentially get eliminated. Oh my God, so much is riding on this one. Hands definitely shaky, and we can actually see a few of the bans so far. It looks like we've got a Scimitar and Pontifex band, as well as a Nighthawk and Magus. So the Boosh frigates, or the Boosh destroyers, which give links, really powerful ships to eliminate, as we've seen before. There's one, or both armor comps are kind of removed there with the Pontifex and the Magus, and then of course the Nighthawk is removed. We've seen the Nighthawk look so dominant, but can you still run a Nighthawk-ish comp without the Nighthawk, Misty?
I'm going to ask for clarification real quick. Did you mean to say that the Orthrus and Cyclone Fleet issue were banned? As well as the Armageddon Navy issue and the Maulers? Because I think you might be reading old bans from a previous match.
Old bans? Oh, you're right. That's what they banned last time. The Orthrus, Navigeddon, Cyclone Fleet issue, and Maulus are banned. Thank you for correcting me on that one. Maulus, annoying E-War frigate. Cyclone Fleet issue, we've seen crucial in that Nighthawk comp, so kind of the same question, but not really. And Orthrus and Navigeddon also removed from this match.
Yeah, I think the Maulus ban is actually fairly interesting. We haven't really seen many Maulus bans, but it can play a pretty significant role in some matches. Less so from what we've seen so far over the last weekend and a half, right? The Maulus typically just seems to fall apart, but it can damp down the logistics, stopping them from being able to rep their teammates. For ships that have a lock limit, so not every ship can lock every ship, for example. Some ships will only be able to lock 4 or 5 ships. Being able to scam res damp will slow down the lock time that they have, effectively meaning that it takes 15-20 seconds for them to lock things. So interesting ban, but I don't think probably the best ban that they could have done at this point. Just ban the Squall.
Ban the garlic. Get the garlic out of the kitchen. We'll actually see if there's going to be garlic in this kitchen in the upcoming match between Of Essence and No Need Loose Face. We're going to throw it to the commentary booth and break down this match.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Firvana, joined by Novatero Ren, and we have on the red side Of Essence, who have brought Shield Rush with a Torpedo Raven Navy issue. What have No Need Loose Face brought?
No Need Loose Face are bringing a comp actually pretty similar to what we saw from Templis CALSF earlier, with a pair of Abaddons, Armageddon instead of a Balgorn. It's a heavy armor comp.
heavy armor, armor brawl, armor projection, whichever you want to call. Those ABBAs can project out pretty far. Of course, they banned the Armageddon Navy issue and picked the Armageddon themselves. This is a rapid heavy Geddon, so not a gun Geddon, but a rapid heavy Geddon on top of the newts that it's going to bring, as well as those drones. All importantly, Of Essence, of course, warps their comp in at 0, which is not something we typically like to see from a lot of different teams. And as we see, they're going to try to push in towards No Lead, Lose Face, get on top of this Geddon, get on top of these ABBAs, and take them down as quickly as possible. But as I said, that Karuk, our nuke, currently the primary in the Alligator, and he's going down pretty quickly.
Yeah, No Need, Lose Face, burning backwards at the moment. They're doing a good job of trying to screen off, separate out this rush. For the time being, it looks like they're holding. The primary from the Loose Face team is going to be the Alligator of Karuk. As you mentioned, Vigilant of Not Alvin is being shot by the Of Essence team at the moment. We see a ton of electronic warfare effects going on to this Alligator of Karuk. I don't think he's going to last very long with just a Burst Bantam to hold him up.
Yeah, but in the meantime, they swapped off the Vigilant. They're now onto one of these ABBAs. It's Raiden Rattlehead, going down pretty quickly, actually, for an Abaddon. Yes, very tanky ship. Yes, has a reactive armor hardener, but as you see, none of these ships are actually kinetic locked, except for the Osprey Navy issue and the Caracal Navy issue, really, and the Osprey Navy issue kind of has selectable damage regardless. So, so long as the split damage types is correct, No Lead, Loose Face won't be able to have the reactive spool up the way it needs to, and they lose their Abaddon off the start of the match.
Yeah, the Abaddon does go down, and they haven't managed to find something else to trade onto yet. They've been putting a good amount of damage into this Osprey Navy of Anthony Parker. A little bit of chip damage coming onto the burst in the low end. Osprey Navy does die here, but I think that was a good trade for the Of Essence team.
Yeah, and they're on this Vigilant now of Not Alvin, wanting to take the tackle off the field. Of Essence still behind in the points, 40 to 56 at the moment, but they'll trade back around with this Vigilant, even already losing their Navy Osprey in the burst. And with that, they're going to try to maybe go on to one of these other targets. We see the Armageddon is currently in a ball with the rest of the Of Essence team. They might go for him. They might go for this Abaddon. Actually, the Black Dog seems to be the primary target, as the Alligator of Chad Flame taking some damage. The Of Essence captain is the primary for the time being. And this is where we talk about Torps, because a normal shield rush setup into this is a little bit more dicey, but they gambled on torpedoes and they got 3 battleships, and that has made all the difference this match.
Yeah, this Abaddon needs to hold if No Need, Lose Face want to be able to kill more targets from Of Essence, and they need to hold now. We can see a ton of damage coming into him. They're trying to trade back onto the Alligator of Chad Flame. Notably, both Frigate Logi are still alive from Loose Face. Of Essence did lose 1, but they needed to kill more, and I believe the Abaddon, he does die here.
Yeah. At this point, you can see the attack bar is pretty much anemic from No Need, Loose Face, and previous days, last weekend, we were very critical of a Torp ship being taken into Shield Rush. Why? Because torpedoes don't apply to what is a lot of the meta ships in this tournament, which is a lot of these battle cruisers, a lot of these cruisers, right? But if you see torpedoes into a battleship, they apply pretty well. And even with armor battleships with a lower sig radius than the shield ones, as we see here, the torpedoes ended up working out very well for them. It becomes very effective DPS per points tally when you're up against triple battleship comps. So it worked out very well for Of Essence here, even with warping in at 0, even with the Torps. The desk is going to have some fun breaking down that match, as the Armageddon of Vendettas is going down. He's in low armor, in structure right now. They're trying to get some final damage on this Caracal Navy issue, but at the end of the day, there's no damage left on the field once this Armageddon goes down.
Yeah, it's really interesting to note. We were looking at the, back on the desk, we were looking during the bans phase. We thought we saw the Nighthawk ban. There was no Nighthawk ban. Interestingly, Of Essence brought a comp here that looked like it could have fit in that Nighthawk, but they didn't choose to bring it. Finally, the Alligator looked to be performing. Of course, both are down in this given instance. And normally we would say the longer a match goes on with an Armageddon on field, it's better and better for the Armageddon team because of those ranged newts, but the Armageddon does die here. And at this point, they're out of DPS. They're not going to be able to kill anything else, I don't think. Yeah, it's not even a situation where there's a bunch of Logi on grid to keep things up from Of Essence. Like, maybe this Navy Caracal will die here. There is the Bantam left over, but that's just incidental reps going on.
Well, I'm looking at the hard points on the Mauler right now just to see, because the attack bar is so anemic. I believe this looks to be a Newt Mauler. I don't see anything on the hard points, so unfortunately, with the tackle Mauler, which is pretty common in these types of comps, not bringing any sort of DPS, not typically needed, but up against this rush setup, any little bit of DPS would have helped him out here.
We saw a really similar comp, I believe, just last match, Fear. Could you tell me a little bit about, like, what was the difference here between the win from Templis CALSF utilizing that Balgorn versus this current situation?
In this particular instance, they just kind of got cheesed. That's the end all and be all of it. If you take triple battleship and there are torps on the grid, you are not going to have a good time unless you're able to take down that ship with the torps, and they just completely and totally ignored the Raven Navy issue. Of Essence brought, I mean, again, we're very critical of torpedoes most of the time, but the one time torpedoes work is when you see triple battleship comps or when you're trying to kill a flagship. And this time around, Of Essence were able to make that stick.
Yeah, when you make a decision like that, bringing something like a Navy Raven at the top of one of these comps, you are thrilled when you land in the arena and you see, oh, I'm going to apply really well onto these heavy ships like these Abaddons, the Armageddon. But yeah, as it stands, we're just waiting now, seeing if they'll be able to lock down and break this Thalian Deacon pair. Someone's going to try to go for a micro jump unit play once again, but there is no hope left for No Need Lose Face in this match. Luckily for them, we will still be seeing more from them tomorrow. Of Essence looking to be taking this one at the given moment with a clean 2-0 in their group, so they'll be heading on to the tournament proper.
Yeah, well played by them, and it's always fun to see some sort of cheese work in AT feeders, right? Sometimes you'll see these kinds of like gambly cheese comps when things are very tight. And this time around it worked out. They did their research. They were able to predict No Need Lose Face was going to bring this battleship comp, and the torps were going to work out for them. So really well played by Of Essence to win that draft. It's 180 to 93. No Need Lose Faces into the redemption bracket no matter what here. So as the Thalia is going down, the Deacon of Lost Touch, we'll see if he goes for an Edge of Glory here. I would like to see that. I love seeing Edge of Glory in this particular match. It doesn't really matter how many points they give away. But at the moment, he's just piloting around the arena.
Yeah, he looked for a second like he might have been burning towards that micro jump unit. Then he, turned his vector a little bit. He's just continuing to burn away because he is utilizing his time in the arena as much as he wants to. He has a good chance here to survive another minute or two. But yeah, with a Loki, for example, still on grid, as soon as they can actually get a little bit closer to him, he's going to die as well. I don't think he's going to be going for any micro jump unit play as we see these velocity vectors from the Of Essence team, massive, burning directly at him. And he's getting locked down now.
Yeah, I think some drone damage as well.
Definitely. How do you feel about this setup from Of Essence no Nighthawks?
Again, this time around, they gambled on cheese. So saying like, oh, they could have brought Nighthawks here instead of this Navy Raven, it's not really the same type of deal. Like when you take a torpedo ship and a comp, you're in there to do one particular thing, so of course you're not going to be able to afford Nighthawks. You downpoint them to the Alligator just to get the extra points in for your Navy Raven, and then the rest of your comp is pretty standard. Obviously, you could have gone from the Loki to an Onyx, perhaps, and maybe have gotten a Nighthawk in there as well, but in this particular instance, I don't think the particular ship there matters that much. With that, though, we're going to send it to a quick break, and afterwards, the desk will break down that match, so we'll be right back after this.
All right, welcome back. Of Essence take the win over No Need Lose Face in style with a Torp Navy Raven, double Alligator comp, and just believing in themselves, believing in their picks, and coming up against pretty much exactly what they wanted to in terms of triple battleships. We saw that Abaddon comp look really well in the hands of Templis, as the casters were talking about before. But this Torp Raven looks like it just turned the match for Of Essence. I know there's a lot of stuff going into it. Misty, like, what are the other things that happened that allowed that Torb Raven to excel?
Yeah, so one of the things that I pointed out in the background while that match was going on, and I don't know if it was necessarily too easy to see on screen at the time for those watching at home, but there was a vengeance on the No Need Lose Face team. I'm sure that's their name, who tackled down one of the alligators on the Of Essence team. I was discussing whether the vengeance would have actually been best served tackling down the Raven, just due to its more limited range. The alligator still has the potential to put its drones on a target, which will do a decent amount of damage, whereas the Raven has a weapon system, torpedoes, that struggle to apply to smaller ships, like the Vengeance. The Vengeance makes a very good screening ship. If it had tackled down the Raven out of range from those Abaddons and the Armageddon, then I think that the No Need Lose Face team would have actually been able to swing a win by allowing those alligators to burn into optimal damage range while keeping the Raven away from actually doing any damage at all. So I think some piloting errors worked to compound the No Need Lose Face kind of loss here. And also, I mean, of course, Of Essence gambled with torpedoes and it worked out. So props to them for bringing that.
Theronth, when it comes to, taking alligators over Nighthawks, what's the decision process in there besides, like, is Nighthawk banned?
That's a very good question, CCP Swift, and I think the only pivot that you want to make with the alligators towards drones. If your game plan is, I want to focus more on being able to project damage with those super bonus alligator drones, because for the people who haven't seen an alligator on grid, it's basically a battlecruiser-sized healer with 2 medium drones that apply very well. They travel very fast and they are super difficult to kill because they have the HP of the full flight. But other than that, Nighthawk, better resist profile. It is actually, believe it or not, a little bit faster. Brings 2 links. Alligator brings usually only 1 because it has 1 utility high slot, unless you drop your launchers for it. So in a hammer rush, I don't think it's an optimal decision. However, it is a good replacement if Nighthawk is banned, because it's roughly same DPS, very similar EHP. It just takes more DPS from the enemy team because it's not superior Kaldari Tector resistance.
I love seeing the alligator. It just brings me joy in life.
It is very cool.
Speaking of bans, we've got bans for our next match between Sons of BANE and the United Federation of Conifers. Looks like the Navigeddon, Scimitar, Proteus, and Oneros are all banned. Ali, what do you make of these bans?
So the Scimitar and the Oneros are pretty straightforward. They're some of the best in Tech 2 logistics. The Scimitar best shield logistics. Oneros arguably the best Tech 2 cruiser armor logistics. That's going to push the group more towards either Tech 1 Logi, which are easy to kill, or Logi Frigs, which have limited range. On the other side, Armageddon Navy. We've seen a lot of Armageddon Navy bans. Good ship, good control potential, good damage potential. This Proteus is a little bit out of left field. We haven't seen too many Proteuses in the tournament. Maybe they've seen some sort of Proteus rail setup that really threatened them. We don't know. We won't be able to see because it's banned in this match.
All right, we just got to assume that Soen has a really cool Proteus comp up their sleeve. These teams have watched each other practice. They have practiced with one another sometimes. But this is for real. Alliance Tournament 20 match between Sons of BANE and United Federation of Conifers. We're going to throw it to the arena and figure out who's going to walk out of this one alive.
Welcome back to the arena. I'm Novaterran, joined once again by Fiervina, bringing you this match between Sons of BANE and United Federation of Conifers. Conifers are bringing a pair of Nighthawks, Fleet Cyclone, Loki. What are we seeing from Sons of BANE?
Sons of BANE have also brought Shield Rush, but this time they have an Alligator alongside a double Loki setup. They've also warped in at range compared to the warp in at 0 from United Federation of Conifers, so they'll try to take advantage of those dual Loki webs in order to keep Sons of BANE at bay as they kite back and take advantage of the extra range you get from kiting back with missiles. But as I say that, some teams just go in straight for the brawl if they think they have it. We'll see how they go. The match is now underway. Sons of BANE pulling back as to be expected, trying to get some webs down, and in fact do on both of these Nighthawks from United Federation of Conifers. One of the Lokis is webbed down by the Loki of Cone, and the other one actually has been scrammed and webbed as well. So these Lokis don't kite out necessarily as far as they need to, but they are very tanky ships for Cone to get at the start of the match.
Yeah, Sons of Bane putting so much effort trying to string out this team of Conifers as they burn in. But as you did mention, they did get their Lokis locked down. The Skybreaker does evaporate once he gets tackled there. But yeah, there's currently a damage trade going. The Loki of Sons of Bane looks to be heading down pretty quickly. Fleet Cyclone as well of Conifers is also entering low shield.
Yeah, Loki, a bit of an interesting first target, right? They just took what they could at the start of the match, but typically it's not optimal to go for the Loki first and a Rush Mirror just because of how tanky it is compared to something like, these Navy Caracals that we see. Either way, they take down this Loki. They're going to keep their Cyclone Fleet issue alive for a little bit longer. Gibson Rothman staying alive for the time being, has some reps from a Bantam and a Burst, so only T1 Frigate Logi for him, as we see another web landing onto this Alligator of Senju as well as the Bifrost of Draenor, and these links are going down very quickly.
Yeah, this Bifrost is caught here, and yep, absolutely evaporated there. Now we're just trying to see how much damage can this Fleet Cyclone output before he dies himself. So far, it's a pretty good trade for Conifers. I'm just wondering here, though, what will they be able to go on to next? It looks like they're catching Navy Caracal of Shadowguard now.
Yeah, they've got a web onto the Loki of Brahim as well as Senju, so everything's tackled down in favor of Cone at the moment, but they do lose one of their Logi frigates in that Bantam. This Navy Caracal, very good target to go on at the moment, which is very, very nice for United Federation Conifers. They lose their Squall for it, but in terms of points, it's a very worthwhile trade for Cone. They certainly are ahead in points, 45 to 61. The match can still snowball either way as the burst is going down.
Yeah, Conifers are maintaining 3 webs across the team of Sons of Bane, kind of ensuring that when something does go down, they'll be able to get onto the next target pretty quickly. That being said, Sons of Bane doing a great job trading back onto this Navy Caracal here. He's going to kill... Yep, there goes Blindman Bow now in the Navy Caracal, and this one's actually looking very close.
Still is a fairly close match. We see some damage going on to the Scalpel at the moment. Not necessarily the best target to go on in a shield rush, just as because your hams don't really apply to Tenement Logi Frigs all that well. We see the Navy Drake of Flatmouse has been scrammed at the moment. He's being the primary from Sons of Bane. Still a web on this Alligator, and still Cone have overcommitted onto the Scalpel now. They haven't killed him. They're not going to kill him with the damage they have on grid, and they're losing their Navy Drake for nothing.
Yeah, the Sons of Bane team just did not go down quickly enough as far as their DPS is concerned in this damage race of a match here. We see the attack bar for them now is just massive in comparison to the Conifers one. There's, relatively similar point totals, but just the ability to apply damage is absolutely on the Sons of Bane team at the moment. They're doing a great job of it. And yeah, Conifers are just left with these 3 ships in the top end. Pair of Nighthawks and a Loki left. Loki's now webbed and scrammed. This is sort of a comeback here. Did not expect that given how the initial trade seemed to be going in the favor of Conifers.
Well, that's basically it, right? You overcommitted onto a 10-man Logi Frig as a ham rush team when you had an Alligator tackled. Alligator is the least tanky of the 3 ships remaining. Going onto that Alligator and then getting most of its shield down for your Navy Caracal was probably or your Navy Drake was probably going to win you that match, but instead they went in on this Scalpel. It didn't work out for them, and the match is going to snowball in favor of Sons of Bane here.
Yeah, beautiful job from Sons of Bane. Fear, one thing that a lot of newer viewers might have noticed at the beginning of this match was that Sons of Bane actually started with 1 point already on the scoreboard. Can you tell us why that was?
That is because United Federation of Conifers brought a 199-point comp. You aren't... So you are allowed to take an underpointed comp. You aren't allowed to take an overpointed comp. So their comp, they decided, was going to be 1 point under. And with that, that gives 1 point directly to the other team. This Nighthawk going down of Brent McBride. So if you ever see that, it just means one of the teams didn't bring the full 200 points.
Yeah, Brent McBride is now dead. The last ship alive from Conifers being that of Keithstone. He's webbed down now, though, as well by this Loki. Failed to remove the Loki off of grid. He's not going to be able to kite around for too long. That being said, he's just having his heyday here, watching and waiting as all these drones catch up to him and DPS ships lock him down as well.
Yeah, webbed up by this Loki as well. I mean, again, Unified Federation Conifers, they had a very good start to the match, especially considering Sons of Bane started executing the way you should at the start of the match by kiting back when you have that range advantage, when you have the double Lokis. But in this particular instance, Cone had more webs than just on their one Loki, and they were able to tackle down who they needed to. But Sons of Bane still pull it out as United Federation of Conifers are taken out. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, the desk will break down that match and bring us into the next one. We'll be right back after this.
All right, welcome back to Alliance Tournament 20, Day 3 of the Feeders. Sons of Bane just defeating the United Federation of Conifers in another really cool match. It looks like their Proteus ban was like 18 head. They knew exactly what they wanted to do with that. And with that, Platinum Sensitivity, even though they weren't playing because they're in the same group, will advance into the main Alliance tournament, and Sons of Bane will enter into the Redemption bracket. So we'll see more of them. United Federation of Conifers, unfortunately, have to say goodbye, but a really, really cool showing throughout the Alliance tournament and in this match in particular. Back and forth shit happening. Love to see it. Missy, what did you pick up on that was that you thought was super interesting in this match?
That is an excellent question. I'm going to go back and just read what I was actually writing. Yeah, so I think that at the very beginning, Sons of Bane were playing very much to lose, in the sense that one of their Lokis was tackled down fairly early on into the match. The rest of that Loki's team continued to burn away towards a micro jump drive beacon at the edge of the arena. It seems like communication perhaps wasn't the best on the team at the time, because I think if the rest of the Sons of Bane team had actually stopped burning the moment the Loki got tackled and was starting to get shot, they would have had a much more convincing win than they actually had. Thankfully, they were able to correct their mistake. They burned back in. They managed to trade the Loki for what was essentially almost the rest of the enemy team. So they did a really good job of correcting their mistake, but it's partly only because the damage coming in was actually fairly limited as well.
All right, we see a lot of different selections when it comes to drone choice in this one. You might have seen some ECM attempts on the UI at the bottom. Obviously, those don't mean that ECM is landed, it just is an ECM attempt. But there are no ECM ships on either side. So they did that with some ECM drones. I also spotted some small web drones as well from one of the teams. Tell me a little bit about drone choice, Theront, when you're making a comp.
Well, primarily it depends on how much luxury picks can you bring in your drone base. Some ships in Shield, more specifically, they have very limited small 25 maybe drone base. So you can have only like a flight of lights. You have to be very careful what you choose there. It's more easily done in armor when you have like 50, 75. You can bring multiple flights. So it has a very deliberate choice. And drones in this tournament, they are only faction drones allowed, the best ones available. You cannot use Tech 2, you cannot use Augmented. So the DPS is not that great, especially on unbonused ships, but it adds, right? It's sometimes you can get like, if you have a lot of ships that can bring additional flight, it can be like an extra 500 DPS that you can put on somebody else in the backline, like let's say an annoying crucifier, and just pressure the logistics to swap the reps between the target that you're shooting with your guns and keeping that crucifier alive, which we have seen already today that it was a thing that worked for some of the teams when they were pressuring two different things at the same time, thanks to being able to just put drones on something. And EC drones that we have seen a flight over here. I'm not going to comment on the web drones because they are a myth. They don't exist. They don't do anything. They are a trap.
just my opinion. Don't quote me on like it's not an official CCP statement or anything. But EC drones can be used on those small drone-based ships to actually like put them on a key target, like a logistic frigates, and just be super annoying if you don't have tools to remove them quickly. In previous tournaments, it would be a Skybreaker, for example, or another Edencom ship like a Stormbringer, right? They go through those EC drones very quickly, but if you don't have that, they can be pretty annoying, especially on the Logi frigates, for example, that they don't have that much of a sense of strength, and you keep on breaking the lock. They have to relock stuff, and it gets very hectic for a Logi frigate pilot.
As someone from a Volta team, I know exactly what you mean when you say that they can be quite hectic. Yeah, I've been jammed before by those small drones. It feels like they go forever. Ali, really quick, you're a tournament. You've been a tournament captain. When a match feels like it's a little bit chaotic, going back and forth so much, what's it like in comms in those situations? What's your team kind of talking about? What are you trying to do?
So mostly it's pretty chaotic in comms when something's going back and forth like that. Hopefully, what you're hearing from your pilots is you're hearing people talk about where they are, what they can do in a rush v rush situation in particular, what you have range on, what you can get tackle on is super important. Being able to, and you'll often hear people just repeating the primary, repeating where we're going next. If you say, if it's been 30 seconds since someone said who we're supposed to be shooting, good chances are someone's forgot. So, maybe they get jammed out. Now's a great chance to just repeat and keep that energy up, especially if it looks like your team might be falling behind. It's important that you keep the energy up. You keep believing until it's over.
Never not believe. That's kind of the EVE Online way. Every team has made mistakes, regardless of their tournament pedigree, how many wins they have, or how much experience they have. Speaking of two teams with experience, we've got Slice, who we've seen quite a bit before, flying up against Deteriorated in this next match. The bans are a Navy Geddon and Nighthawk, and Oneros and Sleipnir. So some pretty strong bans there. Would love to get some predictions from the panel, but why don't we just see what happens? So instead, we're going to throw it over to our casters to break down the match and see who will come out on top between Slice and Deteriorated.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Firvana, joined by Novatera Ren, and on the blue side, we have Deteriorated, who have brought a Nighthawkless, as it was banned, ham rush setup. On the red side, what have Slice brought?
Slice have warped into 50 with also a shield setup featuring a Claymore, but with a Loki Scimitar as a Tech 2 Logi cruiser and a pair of Munins, interestingly, in the mid-end. I have a feeling they're going to be looking to move a bit away from the Deteriorated team as this one starts.
But I looked at this Claymore and it has hams, and I am very questioning the choice of this comp now with the double Munins. But with that, the match is now underway.
It feels potentially a little bit confused, but they're going to really try here to leverage that Tech 2 Logi in the Scimitar and see if they can potentially string out this attacking force from Deteriorated. Deteriorated, if they win this one, they're going to be straight through, but Slice need to win in order to stay alive, so they're going to be giving it all they got here. We can see immediately Deteriorated are locking down this Loki of Long Donger. He's currently just webbed. I did see a Scram land for a brief second, but it looks like that Scram is swapping over to the Scimitar now. He might be caught.
Yeah, caught up by that Skybreaker, potentially. Or no, never mind. That was the other team Skybreaker. I haven't quite caught who caught him, but they are on the Orthrus now. Leonia in the Orthrus being taken down pretty quickly as this Loki goes down at the very start of the match.
Yeah, the Orthrus of Deteriorated might be dropping next here, but with the kill of that Loki, that's already a lot of control.
Oh, that's Scimitar.
That is falling off the Slice team, and the Scimitar just evaporates there. Wow, Deteriorated are truly taking advantage here. Killing off the Simi, killing off the Loki. What's next? It looks like they're webbing down these pair of Munins now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shield rush versus a shield rush, kinda, but Not having the same weapon system going for these hacks, I'm kind of questioning the comp identity that Slice brought. Potentially, they wanted to bring a Sleipnir gun rush setup, but the Sleipnir was banned, so I went with this Claymore instead. But either way, it just hasn't worked out for them at the start of the match. Deteriorated, keeping this Orthrus alive, and they've taken down yet another DPS ship from Slice, as well as the Smallest.
Also interesting to note, Deteriorated, the last match that we saw of theirs against Ursa ended up bringing a pair of Moonins as well. So it seems that both times they've run up against this sort of interesting choice in the hack, and they're doing a great job against it.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for Slice that they ended up not making the correct decisions off the start of the match, but with that, Deteriorated are looking to continue their snowball onto this Claymore. We see some damage also onto this Bifrost. They've got no reps left as their Scimitar was absolutely melted off the start of the match. Down goes the Claymore, down goes the Crucifier, and they do lose their Raptor for it as he boundaries alongside that Crucifier trying to chase him.
Yeah, it's often a little bit hard to keep in mind where the boundary's at when you're in one of these small ships, especially if the match starts by a team sort of kiting off in one direction, as we've seen there. The arena's not that large when you're a ship that's moving upwards of 4 or 5k meters a second. But yeah, now Deteriorated are just on cleanup duty. They're taking down the Skybreaker, they're taking down the Bifrost. And this Orthrus, I mean, he was the primary from Slice for a long, long time. But the Osprey managed to keep the Orthrus topped up nicely.
Yeah, just really well played by Deteriorated. They'll punch their ticket into the Alliance tournament. With that, Slice, unfortunately, have been eliminated as they go 0-2. This last Stork to fall. And, I think this gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit about comp design. Why do you typically not mix guns and missiles? Never mind. It's already down. With that, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, the Dusk will break that down. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 20. Sliced out by Deteriorated. Feels bad. Of all the teams to bring a Squall, I had hoped Slice would do it. Because they're very well known on TQ for flying unconventional ships like the Battle Procure and stuff like that. But no, instead they took, again, an unconventional ship that we've seen on the tournament in Munins. What does the Munin do? It has been changed in the last couple of years. What's its role in kind of like the Alliance tournament?
Well, on TQ, it used to be the go-to fleet ship once upon a day before it got changed from artillery platform and basically gun platform into a missile platform. In AT setting, it's a little bit rough when it comes to Munin. With these points that we have this year, the cost of living going up, the inflation adding up, shelling out, what was it, 29 points per Munin, I think. It's a choice, definitely. When you can have a Cerberus, or if you count everything in Squalls, you can have 4 perfectly usable Squalls in those slots, right? And you can save something up and buy something better. Squallonomics people have to learn them. Anyways, usually it's a ship that, because of the slot layout, you want to have it in armor, kind of like sort of like budget sacrilege, maybe paired up, so it tackles stuff and it doesn't let them go. They are heavy assault ships. They have assault damage controls, which are basically a button that you can press once every a couple minutes, and your ship gains a very high resistance boost. It's almost with the logic behind, it's almost invincible for those 15 seconds or whatever it lasts. So maybe there would be a little bit of a tackle role over there, but at the same time, Slice brought rapid light missile Huygens in shield, and not only they chose that weapon system for the Union, it was also an Loki. So they probably were trying to go for this burst damage, try to kill the lower end, but obviously didn't work out, because we saw when the Loki died, the Munions went to the reload, the Orthrus stabilized, and he was able to pull out.
Yeah, I think you might have been onto something for going for that burst damage and a little bit of sustain as well, because Slice had a very awkward win condition, right? They didn't only need to win; they needed to score at least 113 points in under 6 minutes. while losing less than 175 points. So they had this very unique window for them to actually see advancing, which is like high damage output and also not losing too much in it. So keeping that in mind, Ali, is this kind of like, is this a good way to build your team around, knowing what your win condition is, or would you, as a captain, feel more comfortable just taking something that your team is really comfortable with?
So it's tough, right? Because obviously you want to win. If you have a win condition, trying to go for that makes sense. But I do think you really need to make sure that you don't next level yourself and bring something bad just because on paper you think it might get you into that a little bit faster. With that kind of win condition, doing something that's capable of dealing damage fast is pretty much necessary, but it's got to be something that you're practiced with. It's got to be something that you're comfortable with, because scoring the points is ultimately the hardest part of that task.
Yeah, scoring points can be difficult in Alliance tournament, especially when you don't really know what you're going up against. And it is very easy in the captain slot to mind game yourself and talk yourself out of a win. I've done it before. You're like, oh, I know exactly what they're going to bring. But I know what they know I'm going to bring. So I'm going to read something off the wall that no one can predict. If I don't know what I'm doing, they don't know what I'm doing. Therefore, I've got an advantage. And then you just spaghetti.
Yeah, and in other contexts, I've heard that called leveling yourself. It's really easy.
Right on. Misty, we saw a raptor for the first time today. Is this like, how does the raptor play into the comp that Deteriorated took?
Yeah. So I guess 2 points. One, just to expand on what you guys just mentioned about the whole gaming yourself. I could not sit in a channel where decisions were being made about banning or comps that we were bringing, because I would spiral until we actually hit the grid. I could never do it. I hate it. It's not for me. I just want to hit the grid and fly what I'm told to fly. As for raptors, I think that the raptor, the crusader, the claw, and the Tyrannus are perhaps a little bit overlooked by teams that are looking for fast tackle when it comes to these rush comps, because they benefit from a microwarp drive overheat bonus that is specific to those 4 ships. When you overheat your microwarp drive with a Raptor, for example, you will gain an additional bonus on top of the typical overheat bonus that you would get with a microwarp drive, allowing you to hit things like 9 kilometers a second, depending on your fit, which will zoom across the grid. If you've only got 50 kilometers to cover, that's what, like 5-6 seconds, and then you have something tackled. You're actually fairly tanky as well. So these are very strong ships. If you have the points remaining and you don't have anything else to spend them on, that will allow you to pin down and tackle the hostile ships that you're trying to get on top of. So I do like to see raptors in these setups. I do think that they should be brought maybe a little bit more than they are.
Yeah, and we saw the Deteriorated team were able to swap from primary to primary pretty seamlessly, right? We saw the Scimitar of Slice get tackled almost immediately after the Loki went down. It just felt instantaneous. And of course, when you have like support ship pilots piloting incredibly well and just getting on top of everything they need to, as a DPS pilot, it just is that much easier. That road to winning, you just approach F1 a little bit faster. You don't even need to be no, just kidding. Everyone needs to be skilled, but takes a lot of pressure off. Don't need to like wiggle around to get there. All right, going into our next match, we've got Sedition versus Triumvirate. This is going to be this is one of the matches I've been looking forward to. I've flown a lot alongside Sedition with Galante Militia. In especially the last couple weeks, last couple months even. Triumvirate, a well-known Alliance tournament team, well-known group on Tranquility. They've been around for as long as I can remember. The bans we have in our Sedition have banned the Oneros and Astarte. So, even though they're Galante at their heart, taking out those Galante ships. And Tri have taken out the Navy Geddon and the Scimitar. What do you make about this, Ali?
So again, we've got the Oneros and the Scimitar band. Those are, again, very strong logistics for armor and shield, respectively. Geddon Navy, we've been seeing a lot of that. Very good control battleship. Astarte has actually been playing a very strong role in these medium gun setups. So banning Oneros, maybe hampering armor, banning Astarte, hampering some of the good medium gun setups. Of course, Sedition could always bring another one. One of the reasons these are so dominant is we see so many of them. There are so many substitutions you can make, but it'll be a little bit worse. Meanwhile, Armageddon Navy BANE, it's just a good ship.
Yeah, we've seen it being banned quite a lot during this tournament. It's just, I guess, annoying to deal with. Talking about the Astarte, even though we won't be able to see an Astarte, when a Nighthawk is banned, we can see, some other replacements in there. When an Astarte is banned, is there anything in that comp that you can replace it with, Daronth?
Well, considering it's probably a max threat that you want to be fielding with it, the choices have plenty, CCP Swift. Good old Absolution, Amar Victor, can be quite a brick, and this ship actually has scary DPS. With the key point, why would you want to have a command ship though, is you want the resistance that it brings, Tech 2 of a Tech 1 of a Navy battle cruisers, and double links. So if Astarte specifically was like a pivotal point to your comp, you might be wanting to look for something that can fill up those 2 links that it brings. And comparable damage, comparable EHP, right? Because probably those 6 points that you're saving by bringing, for example, a Prof Navy or even a Hurricane Navy, or even maybe a Myrmidon Navy if you're a Galante enthusiast, you can upgrade something else. Those comps are notoriously hard to ban out, especially in the 2-ban format. So I think you should have a lot of choices.
All right. Well, we'll see exactly what these teams are bringing in just a couple of seconds. We're actually going to throw it over to the arena now as the teams are getting situated. Sedition versus Triumvirate. Twitch chat, your points are almost 50-50. Make up your mind. Get your points in now, and we're throwing it to the arena.
Welcome back to the arena. Once again, it's Nova Terran, joined here by Fiervina, bringing you this match between Sedition and Triumvirate. Sedition are gambling on a Navy Raven in their rush comp with Nighthawk, Claymore, pair of Lokis. What are we seeing from Tri?
They have brought HML Kite. A gas, not a very good one for Raven Navy issue if it is torpedo fit alongside the rest of a rush comp. I'm just double checking on the hard points of this Raven Navy. In the meantime, though, Triumvirate and Sedition, both these teams ended up losing their earlier matches, so the winner goes to the redemption bracket and the loser is out, and that is a Torpedo Raven Navy issue up against Triumvirate, who have brought HML Kite once again. This is going to be a tough match for Sedition. We'll see how they go in with this rush.
Yeah, Sedition are really going to have to make quick use of these Lokis in order to lock something down quickly. We see a Merlin burning across the field now, trying to get onto something. He's getting webbed down now by the Lokis who are trying to screen him off. Looks like the Fleet Cyclone of Drakborn from Triumvirate is also getting webbed, trying to... And yeah, these Lokis are now trying to do a good job of locking something down at least. The Merlin does go down from Sedition, but it looks like Triumvirate are starting to take damage on their top end.
Yeah, they've locked down the Fleet Cyclone, as well as the other Fleet Cyclone of Ion has been webbed down by the other Lokis. So Triumvirate, though, they have the ability to starburst here. They've got to make sure they get away and spread their ships out from this shield rush as best as they can. If they can maintain the range control, even losing these Fleet Cyclones, they could still make the match work out for them. As the Navy Raven, these are basically the only ships in the entire comp that he's able to apply to. These Fleet Cyclones and these Navy Drakes, everything else is a non-starter. But as I say that, Ion going down pretty quickly to the combined might of heavy assault missiles and torpedoes.
Yeah, about 5 seconds before Drakborn went down in that Fleet Cyclone, we saw a web move over to Ion Beto, and that really is ensuring that Sedition are able to get more damage into this Kite comp. This is starting to look good for Sedition. Triumvirate are trying their best to trade back onto the Loki now of Jones, but he's holding steady. The Bantam, that one of the ships that was holding him up, did just die. It looks like Triumvirate are now going to try to kill this burst, but so far, Sedition taking an early lead.
Hyena and Loki's webbing each other down, I should say. Drex on the Hyena webbing down the burst of Sven as the Loki's have webs down the Hyena, although he gets away from that, keeps the webs on this burst. They are able to take him down. That's all the logi gone from Sedition, and thus it is. But they still are up 66 points to 10, and now they have webs on this Navy Caracal of Teriel, burned a little bit too close to the Lokis, now going to be tackled and taken down. We'll see if Triumvirate is going to be able to take down one of these Lokis before the Navy Caracal falls, though.
We also see with the web on the Hyena of Drexo, Triumvirate is super reliant on that Hyena in order to stay kiting around the arena, especially with these pair of Lokis charging after them. But when that Hyena does get webbed down, he was dropping down to around 1,300 meters a second. The team from Sedition is a little bit faster than that, so if they are able to keep things webbed down, they will be able to chase them down with their comp and kill them. But at this point, we do see Triumvirate starting to pull it back. The web was lost onto the Hyena. Great job managing to screen off things, keep them just far enough away that they were able to break those tackles from the Lokis. And now we see Triumvirate are doing their best to pull this one back. They're putting damage into the Squall of Chris Koshenko. They're also shooting Sharker 2K.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you need to do in this kite versus rush setup. Yes, you're going to lose a ship, and you might lose a second, but you need to starburst and get everybody away from each other as best as you can. These scalpels doing their best to keep each other alive at the moment. Merkwa going down into low shield, but they will end up losing a Squall and maybe this Loki of Sharker as well for just the scalpel. This Navy Drake of Pancake, he's down into structure as well. He ended up getting caught, gets taken down, and Alex Lennon also grappled up by the Navy Raven at the moment. So Triumvirate, even though they were able to starburst, they ended up getting a little bit too close together again, and the snowball might start rolling for Sedition now as they lose a Squall.
Yeah, unfortunately for Wingnut Cross, his favorite pilot, Cummy Pancake, unfortunately did drop there in the Drake Navy. And at this point, I'm wondering, do they have enough damage to be able to kill things from the Sedition team? This Loki barely hanging on in very low shield, as well as the Squall of Chris is still alive. I was mentioning about a minute ago that those were the primaries from the Triumvirate team, but things are they're just not dying fast enough. Potentially, Triumvirate had either clipped or they just weren't able to apply much damage anymore. But yeah, they're getting locked down one by one at this point. Loki of Sharker finally goes down there, but for the time being, yeah, definitely looks like Sedition still have enough damage to hopefully for them take this one down.
Yeah, but again, they don't have any logi as Alex Lennon is scramped and grappled. He's going down to this Raven Navy issue. That's the last ship in this comp the Raven Navy will be able to apply to with any regularity as Triumvirate are taking down one Squall and going for the next. They've lost one of their scalpels, so silver is not long for the world either. But I mean, if these Orthrus and Navy Caracal can do the right things with their clips, and they can keep this Hyena alive, they still aren't quite out of the match. They still got 5 minutes left, and if they can stay alive, they might be able to chip down some of these Sedition ships.
It's interesting, though, because yes, it is possible that they completely stay alive from here if nothing else gets caught of theirs. But even then, they have to kill an interesting mix of ships in this remaining 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. Just a Squall and, say, a Nighthawk doesn't cut it. They're going to have to kill 2 of the ships from the top end here of Sedition. That's going to be a challenge with just this Navy Caracal and Orthrus remaining for DPS from the Triumvirate side. That being said, they're definitely not caught at the current moment. The Squall, they should be able to take down relatively quickly now, considering that he is in low shield. But they need to find something else to kill, and they need to find a way to apply damage to him quickly.
Indeed they do, and I mean, their Scalpel trying to live to win versus the drone damage at the moment. Obviously, the Caracal Navy issue going to have heavy missiles as its weapon system. We take a look at this Orthrus. The Orthrus model is a little bit weird, but I do believe that's heavies and not rapid lights as well, so they should not have to deal with those rapid light reloads. With that, though, they need to take down this Claymore and this Nighthawk in order to get back into the match as they continue to try to kite out from Sedition.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting scenario here. It's, I guess, possible, yeah, if they're not clipping, they should maybe have the DPS to kill something. But having to kill multiple targets here is really going to be the problem for them. But watching this attack and control bar from both teams is super interesting, actually. These attack bars are minuscule, especially in comparison to previous matches that we've seen. nothing is dying at the current moment, and that's a win condition for Sedition. They're taking a deciding lead on points. Now their attack bar is starting to pull up a little bit, but it's a situation where they're currently outranged by the Orthrus Navy Caracal, but the Orthrus Navy Caracal, all the pressure's on them because they need to find a world where they can kill enough ships in this remaining 2 minutes 45 seconds. It looks like they're going after this Claymore. He is under 50% shield now, so we'll see.
So I must correct myself. This is actually Rapid Light Orthrus, not HMLs. I kind of baited myself because the missile launcher models are actually smaller on the Orthrus hull. It's kind of one of those weird things. So with that, they will have to deal with this rapid light reload, which is not great when you're up against a team that has a lot of EHP remaining in this Claymore and in this Nighthawk and in this Raven Navy issue. We see some chip damage going on, drone damage, in fact, going on to this Caracal Navy and onto the Scalpel still. The Scalpel now in half armor and goes down into hull and ends up falling, and so they still haven't killed this Claymore, but the match has pretty much turned into you have to kill all three in a minute 56 seconds, and I don't think Triumvirate's going to be able to do that.
No, it was about 45 seconds ago now that Claymore was entering. He was around 49% shield at that point, and he's still hanging in there right now. It's because there was a reload cycle from the Triumvirate team. Maybe they can kill the Claymore. They were doing a good job of making quick work of him down to that 50% shield marker or so, but then all of the damage falls off. Even if they're able to kill this Claymore, I don't know if there's enough time for a rapid light reload cycle, and that's always the thing with rapid lights. These clip times when you have to reload after, shooting your shot, it's always rough because you're stuck there just sitting for what feels like an eternity, and that's compounded when there's only a minute left in the arena. This Claymore, if he does go down, that would be good for Triumvirate, but they need something else.
Well, they need to win this match. Remember, both these teams are on a single loss apiece, so the loser ends up out of the Alliance tournament, and the winner goes to the redemption bracket. Triumvirate, though, I mean, I liked their comp in this setup. I think they made a couple errors in execution, getting both of the Navy Drakes caught after the initial starburst, obviously. Didn't do them any favors, but this time around, Sedition will move on to that redemption bracket. We have 36 seconds left. They will be able to finally kill this Claymore, but I mean, the chip damage on the Navy Caracal, they've got a grapple on him now as well, so they should be able to apply to him now, and with that, Triumvirate are going to be out of the AT.
Yeah, with just 20 seconds left to go, maybe they can kill the Claymore, but it's looking more and more doubtful with this Navy Caracal dropping. What Triumvirate does have for them, they have a bunch of Rex named Say His Name. They're here for you, Twitch chat. Unfortunately, probably was not good enough this time around. But great job from these pilots from Sedition, despite having sort of gambled on that Navy Raven in a situation where it's not always the best to have the Navy Raven. They seem to have pulled this one out. And with that, we'll be passing it back to our analysts.
And Sedition takes it with a Torp Navy Raven, 100% win rate. That's all you got to do. Bring a Torp Navy Raven, and you win your Alliance tournament match. That's simple. A lot of stuff happened in this match, a lot of stuff to break down. We don't have too much time, but Misty, you wanted to talk a little bit about the composure of these Sedition pilots as they were kind of behind the eight ball pretty early on in terms of just the matchup.
All right. To be fair, I did ask to talk about this before they then began to choke towards the end of the match. But at the beginning of the match, they did an excellent job of keeping their composure and maintaining momentum is what I'm going to call it here. Every single time they tackled down and got on top of a target, they then started to pull towards the next target that they were going to go after so that they didn't have any real wasted time where their initial primary dies and then they have nothing tackled and they have to burn into range. We saw that with the first primary that they went for, the battle cruiser was tackled. They started burning past, especially important with something like the Raven Navy issue, which is a lot slower than the other ships on grid. So it was closer to being in range of the next target once the first target was dead. I think that was an excellent play. Towards the end, started getting a bit shaky with their maintaining momentum and composure. We saw them MJD into the middle of the arena, which I thought was a mistake for the Claymore because it was being shot. But apparently it paid off because the Nighthawk somehow burned towards and tackled a Scalpel. So, hey, screw me, I guess.
Great Nighthawk piloting. It's I've seen that happen before, where this ship that seems a little bit slower kind of just is able to jump ahead. When you're a scalpel pilot in this tournament, Ali, you've got experience flying Logi. You're paired with a buddy. What does that mean, like practically in the tournament or during a
So,
match?
yeah, you were talking about comms earlier. Usually, you and your buddy are taking up like half the airtime talking about where you're going and where you're going to be because it is your range in a scalpel is so short. And sometimes people overprop them. Sometimes you got to turn a little early. But your range is so short, you really got to be close to your buddy if you need to bail your buddy out. If your buddy gets shot, you want to be right there next to him, repping him up, keeping him alive as long as possible. And that means the two of you are constantly talking about, I'm going over here, I'm going over there, I'm going over here, I'm going over there, in order to organize where you are on grid. That, or you have a psychic link and your top pilot, maybe you just know where to be, but usually you're talking.
Psychic links, very underrated in the Alliance tournament, knowing where to go. Our next match has two incredible teams, Exodus and TurboFeed Glory. If you haven't heard about Exodus, they've made a pretty cool little announcement for them that we might have to listen to after the match because we don't really have quite time for it now. But they have banned the, let's check it. Arbitrator and Orthrus and TurboFeed and Glory have banned the Armageddon and Brutix Navy issue. Theronth, what do you make of that?
Arbitrator, it means we don't want you to kite us. We've seen how effective Crucifier was earlier when Templis CALSF used them against Octodad / Macfred run by Goonswarm. Arbitrator is that, a little bit more pricey, but also brings a lot of drones. So you get DPS / rep bots on top of that. So I think it's a decent ban, coupled with the Orthrus. It kind of removes all of the long range, well, it makes it difficult to do the long range stuff, especially with missiles. Orthrus is the only ship that can do rapid lights at a very good range. Armageddon and Brutix Navy, those are, I'm a little bit less of a fan of these ones. Brutix Navy, easily replaceable. It's a good ship, don't get me wrong, but you have a plethora of different Navy battlecruisers. And Armageddon, somebody can just pay a little bit more and get Armageddon Navy for that.
All right. Well, we're going to throw the match between Exodus and TurboFeed Glory and see what these teams brought.
A whisper in the wind has called me because I heard that a Vindicator is on the grid, so I had to immediately just pop in and say g'day. And g'day! Welcome to the arena. I'm, of course, Wingnut, joined by Fear, and yes, Vindicator with a curse. What else are we seeing here?
Well, from Exodus, they brought a triple battleship setup, armor, brawl, armor projection, whichever you want to say. Both those autocannons and those pulse lasers project pretty well. They have an Ashimu for support, but I mean, Blaster Vindicator up against triple battleship. Always really exciting, but we'll see how well TurboFeed Glory can pull it through. Of course, they lost their match earlier this weekend, while Exodus won last weekend as well. So if Exodus wins this, they're into the Alliance tournament. We'll see how this match plays out as we're off to the start. We see the burns come in from TurboFeed Glory. They need to get this Vindicator out on top of one of these battleships to make use of it, as Exodus themselves pulling back a little bit with their battleship core and starting to screen with this Ashimu.
Yeah, and the Vindicator of Ammonon is not burning in, he's actually burning away, which is not the typical way of seeing people fly Vindies. This guy's actually trying to play it smart, which, bravo. This is a very painful comp for Vindy to go against. You know, they've got all the control in the world, but yet there's 3 battleships that would love for you to be at 0.
And on top of that, right, we see this curse trying to do what they can to these Abaddons with the tracking disruption. We see a Crucifier getting tracking disruption on the Vindicator as well. So, the control from both these teams, pretty large. But at the moment, as you mentioned, the Vindicator just trying to get away as the Maulus ends up falling to the start. A couple of shots in from the Exodus side to bring up first blood.
Yeah, Vindicator now just got locked down by the Tempest fleet. Tempest, of course, one of the fastest hulls, but he is a little bit away from his Abaddon buddies, so this might be potentially a misplay from Vitone and the Tempest fleet, unless his logic can come in there and save him, because he's right next to the Vindy, basically on his own, and being surrounded by the entire opposing team.
So I just got news. The curse warped in illegally. Just didn't have a legal warp in over that 50 kilometers from the side of TurboFeed or Glory. So unfortunately, that one wasn't caught. But if they end up winning this match, that might be a little bit of something for the referees to look at. For the time being, though, Exodus still trying to do the best they can. They have this Vindicator grappled. They have the tracking disruption on him, so he's not hitting the bright side of a barn right now, as there is similar levels of tracking disruption potentially from this curse, but he's been completely damped out by the smallest and can't really do a whole lot at the moment.
Well, luckily, the Vindicator not being able to hit a barn. Well, good news is the Tempest fleet is a pretty barn-like ship, so he is able to engage him. You also see the Astarte also coming into this brawl as well. So the Vindicator is going to try and brawl the Tempest fleet, but at the moment he is not winning, as his support team is dying behind him.
Yeah, that Fleet Tempest and the double Abbas do a lot of damage to the Vindicator. As one of those hounds dies, Nocta ends up falling. This Vindicator of Anemone, very low armor right now, sitting about 28% armor remaining, and the damage just keeps on pumping in from Exodus. Look at their attack bar. It is massive, and there's a lot of red, so they are applying very well to the Vindicator. I know you're upset, Wingnut, seeing your favorite ship perform like this, but unfortunately, the comp from Exodus just works out a little bit nicer into this turbo squad.
Yeah, honestly, when I saw the 3 battleships on the other side, I was just like, yep, this is a loss. This Vindicator can't really do much. Because honestly, 2 Abaddons could outbrawl a Vindy at 0 without any issue whatsoever. The Vindy goes down, and that's the last hope for TurboFeed. There's no chance now. They've got the Curse, one of the most feared ships in all tournaments, but it doesn't matter. The nukes don't really matter that much, and the tracking disruption is not stopping these Abaddons.
Yeah, unfortunately for CCP Yoden, TurboFeed will not make it in to the Alliance tournament this time around. Exodus make it in, and that means the 3rd team in their group, which was... let me just double check this, which was Bright-Sided Death, will go in through the Redemption bracket.
A quick note as well is that the Curse here was 30 points, and basically he got the same effect as the Crucifier on the opposing team, because his newts are there, but against battleships, it takes a long time for those newts to really start making holes. Whereas the tracking disruption, well, a Crucifier is basically doing the exact same thing in this scenario, so they basically paid out the nose for a ship that did nothing for them in this scenario.
Yeah, and on top of that, the ship should have been at 0, but unfortunately it wasn't quite caught at the time of warp-in, so even then, Exodus are making quick work of the rest of the TurboFeeder Glory squad. They just don't have any DPS left. We see the red part of their attack bar is pretty anemic. They have some damage from the Astarte, Navy Og, and Ashamu, but too much tracking disruption. This Crucifier doing work. This Mollison is doing work. Down goes the Navy Og, and they'll take down the Astarte next.
I think this is probably the reason why we see more Crucifier bans than Curse bans nowadays, because the value you're getting for that ship is just really, really strong in comparison to the Curse, which is extremely expensive.
And yeah, I mean, the Curse nuke pressure in addition to the tracking disruption is really nice in the right scenario, right? Like, I think it still has value in like cases where like you're up against a Lashak or something similar, or even up against another Vindicator, right? Because you're just have the most powerful tracking disruption available. But unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for them there. They lose another one of their DPS boats, now just with the Ashamu and the Curse. The DPS bar applying very well for Exodus, as the large autocannons and large pulses are known to do.
Yeah, I do love this comp. We've seen double Abaddons before, usually with either Baals or even Geddons. I love the Tempest fleet instead, because it's just another big ball of aggro that goes around the arena as well. And like the Abaddon as well, it's actually rather mobile. It can and go engage things on its own whim.
Yeah, and finally, the Curse is cursed to live its existence around the MJD beacon. We'll see if he's going for Edge of Glory here. I don't think he is.
Nah,
just burning back in towards the MJD beacon now. Just going to try to stay alive.
Yeah. Actually, he might be jumping next to the Abaddons almost.
Oh, there's the Boosh.
No, he's pretty good distance.
Yeah, not trying to burn in towards another MJD beacon. Drone's got to follow, but
Fortunately,
they
doesn't
project.
matter.
Conflag, go burr. And with that, we'll send it to a quick break. When we return, the desk will break that down. We'll be right back after this.
All right, and that is that. Turbo Feeder Glory living true to their name. Unfortunately, losing 200 to nothing to Exodus. Exodus, their win condition for this was if they win, they're into the tournament. They took a very impressive Abaddon Tempest Fleet issue battleship heavy core into Turbo Feeder Glory. Ended up getting the W, and they won so hard that B-Sod, Bright Side of Death, also is still into the tournament, and Turbo Feed and Glory is eliminated. We will hopefully see them next year. They're a very fun team. Love that they took the Vindicator. So much fun. Not only did they take a Vindicator, but both teams took the Ashimu. Explain.
Ashimu is one of those ships I have a very mixed relationship with, because I don't think it does. It's like it wants to be a nude ship and a web ship, but it doesn't do anything particularly well. You can get better replacements in other places, but I guess it's like a budget option. So they brought it up so they can actually invest those points in heavy, top heavy comps there. A Vindicator is very pricey this year. You have to pay for your gills to get pirate faction battleships. They also managed to squeeze out points for a curse that may or may not have played a role in this match. Probably not. And on the other side, we saw double Abaddon TFI and Technology frigates, some nice E-War at the bottom half. So yeah, I'm not really fond of a ship, but it is a budget option if you want some webs.
All right, yeah, and both teams saw it, so it's still a winner's ship. Ali, you spotted the curse early on, and kind of we were curious about what role it would play, and if possibly Turbo Feeder Glory were maybe baited into taking the curse or encouraged into taking the curse because Exodus has banned out the arbitrator. What do you think that the curse did, and what could it have done?
So the curse has both the tracking disruption or missile disruption options of the arbitrator with the bonus of incredibly fierce newts that can have a fairly sizable range bonus. So you have a curse, you can pretty much reach out, I think it's like 30 kilometers, and cancel any Logifrigs in range. Bunch more ships that are more capacitor reliant. Again, logistics frigates were the obvious target, potentially even the Ashimu will start to suffer and hear that friendly, the capacitor is empty noise should they wander anywhere in the vicinity of the curse. So that curse could have been playing a little bit more aggressively, could have been using its tech to resist to stay alive while throwing the newts around like haymakers and still spreading that disruption around.
I really do like that the TFI, who doesn't care about newts, is the one that kind of charged forward to screen the Vindicator off and soak up a lot of that newt pressure from the Turbo Feed team. Just kind of went in there, took that very suicidal role, ended up winning, had faith in the rest of his team to be able to execute, and played out really, really well. Exodus, of course, have placed very highly in previous Alliance tournaments, have incredible individual skill, and we'll see them move forward. But coming up next, we have Minmatar Fleet Alliance versus Genshin Impact Alliance. We have some intel from the refs. Yes, Minmatar Fleet Alliance have banned the Armageddon Navy issue and the Loki, while Genshin Impact Alliance have banned the Sleipnir and the Loki. So trying to ban out the Minmatar comp from Minmatar Fleet Alliance. Misty, we talk about bans a lot. Do you think these bans are going to play a big role in what these teams are going to bring, or do they telegraph anything?
I think it's interesting that we've seen a Sleipnir ban. We haven't seen the Sleipnir perform too well in the rush setups. Typically, it's overshadowed by things like the Nighthawk, just due to the sheer amount of damage combined with tank that it can put out. the Loki bans, of course, we expect to see these. I think Lokis have been the standout ship for the last couple tournaments, to be honest. Probably dating back all the way to the Alliance Opens. So it makes sense to see the Loki ban here. I don't necessarily think that the Loki ban telegraphs anything too important, besides not wanting to see that version of Ham Rush. It's interesting that they've also banned the Sleipnir, perhaps to try and take out the autocannon rush that you could see as well, the Minmatar rush version. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see what they end up bringing to the grid.
Very nice. And looking over the win conditions, oh my gosh, this is going to be a bit of a crazy one. Minmatar fleet have to win, scoring at least 168 points in under 10 minutes while losing nothing, or score 200 points and lose less than 12. Otherwise, Genshin Impact and Seriously Suspicious advance. So they have to take a very aggressive team to do a lot of damage and be able to survive. So, Ali, what would you take in a situation like this?
It's tough because you have to both win and also survive. I'm honestly probably going to focus on the survival. That's the harder thing to do here. So I'm going to look at bringing something, honestly, maybe even a little bit control focused, maybe sort of trying to blend between like the battleship control, get a little bit more damage, maybe a Leshak. We'll see what they actually bring.
All right, and the lights are off here. Setting the stage for Minmatar Fleet Alliance versus Genshin Impact. We're going to send it to the arena to see what happens.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fearvana, joined by Wingnut Cross, and on the blue side we have Genshin Impact Alliance, who have brought drone control with double Armageddon and double Arbitrator. What have Minmatar Fleet Alliance brought?
They have brought Fly Killer with an artillery Hurricane Fleet issue, just on its own. No doubling up of artillery this time, just one guy. He's just going to try his luck with the first shot, I guess.
A lot of Rapid Light, Orthrai, and 3 Light Missile Jackdaws. This is going to be a tough match for them with this Arbitrators, especially because they have one Arty guy, one Arty ship, and a bunch of missile ships. So the Arbitrators will be able to shut down this Hurricane fleet very effectively. That said, drone control, you see the attack bar pretty anemic right now, but once the match starts and they drop their drones, it will be much, much larger for them with that EOS and, of course, those double Armageddons, as it looks like Genshin Impact Alliance decide that they want to burn in off the start, try to get some of these long-range newts from the Geddons down.
I'm sorry, my brain's just so stuck on the term Orthrai there. I thought it was Orthrasis. But yeah, damage coming on the Confessor first. Very good target, but unfortunately Confessor in defensive mode is an incredibly hard ship to kill, even with Rapid Lights. It's actually one of my favorite ships to fly behind the Vindicator. Tenement Confessor is a nightmare to murder.
Definitely is. If it is an overpropped Confessor, a lot of teams like to go for the good old-fashioned 5MN version. As I say that, though, this ES of Alan Gong taking some damage from these Rapid Lights. We see the Sentry drones. Sentry Blob has been dropped by the Armageddons at the middle of the arena, so they're getting some damage on the Mazer and this Orthrus. Right now, we see their attack bar. Even though the one is a little bit larger from Minmatar Fleet Alliance in the gray portion, the red portion is about even. And as we see, that control bar very, very green right now from Genshin Impact Alliance. They've got missile guidance disruption on 3 of the Orthruses, as well as, of course, that tracking disruption on that Hurricane Fleet issue.
Interesting as well is that the triple Jackdaw comp is actually kind of the perfect comp to actually delete these sentry drones. Like Jackdaws get a very nice volley and long range as well. So if they wanted to play defang games with the Jackdaws, that is a possibility for them, but I do not believe they are doing so, at least at the moment. But yeah, the Orthrasis and Orthorai are being hit by all these drones.
Yeah, and Alan Gong and the EOS tanking up fairly effectively. We see not taking any more damage, so the Rapid Light clip maybe has run out from these Orthrai, Ortho-people.
I ruined it.
That's a Phineas and Ferb reference for those who don't get it. Anyways, Alan Gong, about 1/3 armor remaining, as Tuan, Molinsar, and the Orthrus still staying alive through this drone damage, but the Rapid Light clips should be ending relatively soon. These double deacons should be able to deal with the Orthrus's remaining armor, or the EOS's remaining armor, as this Orthrus Tuan Molinar now very low shield, going down into armor now and getting these reps from the semi, but it won't quite be enough. First blood will go over to Genshin Impact Alliance.
Yep. That Orthrus is about to go down. The EOS is honestly the best target they can shoot, which is a really hard call for sure, because the only other weak ship is maybe the RBs or the EOS, and they're at the back, so they can't even be touched. This is very, very well flown and controlled by the Genshin Impact team at the moment.
Yeah, they've got newts out onto one of these Jackdaws as well as this Hyena. The Hyena, of course, got the pain on the EOS, trying to get a little bit more application as these missile guidance disruptors are onto all three of the Orthrai. And it is very unfortunate for them that they were up into a dual arbitrator setup that was either even 3-3 split or was leaning towards missiles. In terms of their guidance disruption, tracking disruption split. We see Vengo Rin in the Jackdaw taking a lot of damage at the moment. He's down into half shield. He was in very low shield, got some semi-reps back up in him. But at the same time, Alan Gong and the EOS still hasn't died, still sitting 74% armor remaining. Some damage coming in from this Orthrus's as we continue in the match. But Vengo Rin in the Jackdaw, now into low armor, now into structure, and should end up dying here.
So I saw comments to people saying, why not shoot the arbitrator? The answer is they're not in range, and they're not going to let them get in range. They're very well screened this opposing team from getting towards their backline. So these RBs are sitting well out of range of the rapid light, so they can't even be shot at. So unfortunately, while it is the worst thing to shoot because it is incredibly tanky, it's also the best thing to shoot because they can't hit anything else except maybe Armageddons, which are even worse than an EOS to shoot. So
yeah,
they're being very well controlled by this armor comp at the moment.
Yeah, and that's the thing. These Armageddons are acting as screen for their backline, right? These big, beefy, tanky ships with these long-range newts have just been staying in front of these arbitrators and making sure that they live to win, as the deacons and everything else in the backline just stays back. We see another Orthrus going down. Mahadris ends up falling, and Genshin Impact Alliance, obviously, they win this matchup. They go into the Alliance tournament. New name for the Alliance, but these players have actually been around, I believe, in CNTZ for a while. May have been flying with the frat tournament team on TQ based on my intel. So still very experienced pilots, even if this is a new Alliance to the AT.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's just not much they can really do at the moment. They're just going to get picked apart. The Scimitar of Songal is definitely trying his absolute best here, but there's just not enough tools in the shed for them to use. They brought a lot of missiles. Woo, great. And unfortunately, they ran up against enough control to slow them down.
Yeah, drone control, something that we've actually seen quite a few good teams bring in these feeders. It's not something that we've seen a lot in previous ATs. Or in the last couple of ATs, drones haven't been super popular. But the way the points have worked out, the EOS seems to be a very powerful ship at the moment. And obviously the Armageddon and Armageddon Navy issues, here we see the Armageddons, with their drone bonuses and their nuke bonuses, have been very effective in these types of armor control setups with these sentry drones. So I'm looking to see how these play out through the rest of the feeders and maybe into the Alliance tournament. We see Devolo and the Orthrus getting some shield back from the Scimitar, but he is about to go down as well. And Genshin Impact Alliance still haven't lost anybody.
Yeah, but also you just get biggest respect to Genshin here because they know what ships are the weakest and what ships will likely be targeted by the rapid lights. And they've kept them at the back. For instance, the Vexer, I believe, is a Re-Sibo Vexer for one of their ships. He's just sitting right at the back. The Arbitrators, they're sitting at the back. Sure, like the Ponti and Confessor, they could leave them up front because their teacher resist makes them really hard to kill as well. So they've been, like, they could have lost one of these weak ships really easily by not playing smart. But they've just, played it calm, played it casually, kept their weak ships at the rear, and made it just boundaried.
RIP to the Orthrus of Mazer. Genshin Impact Alliance. It's a bit of a slow grind, as you expect with these Sentry Gone setups. Either they win slowly or they lose quickly, typically. As we see, this Hyena of Heno ends up going down, and Minmatar Fleet Alliance, going back to faction warfare, will be unable to continue on the Alliance tournament past today. This does make it so seriously suspicious, ends up going into the redemption bracket, as Genshin Impact Alliance go into the main tournament. So well played to them as they continue on chewing through this low end of Minmatar Fleet Alliance. No GFs in local quite yet, but they're on the Hurricane Fleet issue now, and they'll take down the Jackdaw and the Scimitar to end out the match.
Yep. Just not much they can do. Very well played indeed. Oh no, well, yeah,
Yeah.
you got to try somewhere, right? Doesn't matter if you win or lose. Sometimes just getting up into the arena and giving it a go.
So I would like to ask you, Wingnut. We saw a gunboat with a bunch of missile boats. Why is this typically not a recommended idea?
Well, because they're versing double arbitrator, mate. That's the thing. Like, the arbitrator will always bring a bit of a mix of tracking disruption. So if you've got one gunboat and 5 missile boats, that means they can just easily tracking disrupt you and all of your friends at the same time. It's like bringing the old counter to ECM was to bring all of the same type of ships, so going all Amarian or all Minmatar to stop the rainbow jams from ruining you.
Yeah, and didn't work out for them, obviously, because of these dual arbitrators, which pretty strong from Genshin Impact Alliance. This is the second year that we've seen scripted E-War only be allowed on ships that have bonuses to them. So the arbitrators, the Celestises, the Lachesis, etc. Curses. And we've seen a bit of an uptick in those particular ships over the last 2 Alliance tournaments as well, when scripted E-War came back, but especially last year and this year, as you're no longer able to bring it on mid-slots of DPS boats. Casper Sullivan, the last member of his team alive as the Scimitar fell down. He will try to live just a little bit longer on the edge of the arena, but he's actually burning back in towards this Confessor. I think he'll choose the honorable way out.
He's trying to 1v1 the Confessor for a moment there when he's outside of range of Logi, but I don't think it's going to matter, unfortunately. That Confessor can happily tank you until it's time to die.
Hey, points are points, all right? You get some points, that's a moral victory for Casper Sullivan and Minmatar Fleet Alliance. 43 seconds remaining in this match. And with the final Jackdaw falling, we're going to send it back to a break. And when the break is over at the desk, we'll be right back after this.
It pains me to say this, but Genshin Impact Alliance advance, Minmatar Fleet Alliance go down. They took a very, very aggressive setup by virtue of what they needed to do to win and make their way through this. They took Minmatar Fleet took a 4 Orthrus setup, a Fortress setup with some Jackdaws, and came against the Genshin Impact team that had a lot of just sentry drones, a drone control comp. Were able to kind of deal with it. Minmatar Fleet needed to score 168 points while losing 0 points, or get a clean sweep while only losing 12 points. So, Ali, we were talking about this kind of right at the end of the match. Is this the type of match or the type of setup that you feel comfortable bringing, given those very strict criteria?
I mean, it'll give you a chance. If you get a good draft, if your kite setup is able to effectively kite and evade the enemy team, it is a setup whose advantage is you can just fly around the arena, not take any damage, not lose any points.
Yeah, so again, I had a really hard time with it. Theron, we were kind of looking at this a little bit. They came against arbitrators with missile guidance disruptors, Orthruses. They were kind of almost glass cannon-y fit, you were saying?
I don't know how they were fit per se, but what they could have brought on their side is definitely some more links, because there are arbitrators on the other side. Cool. But you have triple Jackdaw. You have paid for triple Jackdaw that does not care about any of that guidance disruption nonsense. They can just pick a target and shoot from, I think the standard fit is 100 kilometers, and you cannot do anything about that. So why keep on shooting the EOS there for the entire match, right? They probably didn't have any links, right? So the only thing that they could have locked / actually applied damage to was that EOS in face of them. So combined with this, the lack of arm shield links, like shield harmonizing active repair for your Scimitar, so it can rep more. It just it's like a common thing for the teams that are especially not so experienced in the AT to not value links. You should bring links, and they will make your Orphuses more tanky. They will make them more resilient to GDs, so they can actually shoot further. They will make your Jackdaws log further, so they can actually apply also their damage. It will make your comp much more better. The garlic is already taken, so I'm just gonna go with basil.
There you go. Yeah, sure. Let's keep on with the food analogies. Might as well look at that chef. We'll get Gordon Ramsay to sponsor AT21 next year. But for now, Minmatar Fleet Alliance, so long to the crew. They have the best propaganda on TQ, bar none. We know they'll keep having fun, but unfortunately, it won't be in the Alliance tournament. Up next, we have Watch This versus Grand Inquisitors Federation. Actually, Watch This did prepare a cool spokesperson video to let us know a little bit about their team. So we're going to go watch that right now to learn about Watch This.
How you going? My name's Wolf Winchester, spokesperson for the greatest low-sec alliance. Watch This. Our alliance is simply unparalleled. We live in low-sec and are primarily PvP focused. When we aren't throwing supers or ending placid, we're usually ice mining in high-sec. But our favourite activity, however, is to sit in the Faction Warfare channel in the EVE Discord. As for our illustrious Alliance tournament career, if you watch this, you'll see we've won a grand total of 0 times. However, we've also participated in a grand total of also 0 times. So we have an unbeaten record. But you may be wondering, Woff, why should I bet my hard-earned channel points on a rookie team? To that, I'd say, watch this. I'd also like to highlight our team, consisting of pilots that have been in the AT over 1,000 times combined. When we had to recruit, one of the candidates just said, watch this, and stood there like a melon. He was recruited on the spot. So overall, to all the other teams, to all my friends, to all my alliance mates, and to the future losers of the tournament, all I have to say is,
I'm sold. All my points on Watch This. Let's go. We love it when teams tell us a little bit more about what they do, their tournament pedigree, just what they're like. It's fun to get to know these teams, though it does also make our hearts break a little bit whenever we have to say goodbye. Watch this Grand Inquisitors Federation in the next match. We've got the bans in. Both teams have banned the Loki. Watch this also banned the Nighthawk. Grand Inquisitors Federation banned the Squall. And then for the duplicate bans, we've got the Gen Navy issue and the Deacon eliminated. The winner of this match kind of makes it through and is able to survive in Alliance Tournament 20. Misty, what do you make of these? You know, we talk about bans a lot. Are these some of the more generic, get good stuff out bans, or are these kind of a little bit maybe more targeted?
Well, it seems like Grand Inquisitors Federation hates flavor because they don't want to be cooking with garlic in this match, it seems. The Squall ban is, of course, something we've been asking for all day. Finally, no more Squalls. We're going to finally break the streak of more Squall equals more better. The Nighthawk ban, the Squall ban, I think, and the Loki ban all feed into no ham rush, basically. Both teams don't want to be seeing long-range web control. They don't want to be seeing high-damage ships. They don't want to be seeing comps that are utilizing the low point cost of the Squall to upgrade their upper end to make their entire comp more effective. So we're going to see some hopefully interesting comps coming out from both sides because they can't fall back on both of those two staples, I would say, that we've seen so far this weekend. I do think it's interesting that they banned the Deacon. The Thalia is the weaker of the two ships when it comes to tanking, but the Thalia does benefit from the ability to fit things like ECCM in the mids. So I'm not expecting to see any E-War coming out from the Watch This team. It's probably just going to be a slap fight, maybe with a little bit of tinker.
You know, you got me sold there. Everyone loves a good tinker comp with a lot of EHP heavy teams sending capacitor to one another, surviving forever with very low damage. Everyone's absolute favorite. Misty, I hope you called it. Just kidding. Everyone hates tinker teams. They are mostly dead now, so that's good. I'd love to get a little bit more insights, but we're going to have to save it until after the match because both teams do appear to be ready. So we're going to throw it to the arena to watch this and the Grand Inquisitors Federation.
G'day, mates. Welcome back to the arena. I'm, of course, Wingnut, joined by Fear, and we have another drone control comp versus something different. What do you think this is?
It's HML Kite. Took a look at the weapon systems with a Shield Ikatursa, which is a phrase that I have never said before in my life. We'll see how this works out. It is the, once again, single gunboat in a load of missile boats. So, unfortunately for him, these dual arbitrators will make it impossible for him to actually play the match. With that, though,
it's not a single gunboat. There is a Merlin. There is a Merlin.
A single gunboat with meaningful DPS. So unfortunately for him, the arbitrators will make his life basically impossible to deal with. Grand Inquisitors Federation bringing an HML Kite comp, not Rapid Light comp, into a drone control setup. This time it's HML Kite and a drone control. Both these teams warped in at 50, but as we see, the guidance disruption already going out on the Fleet Cyclone and Navy Drake. Although it looks like these dual arbitrators might have only brought 2 missile guidance disruptors and went all in on the tracking disruption. So with 4 tracking disruptions, 2 missile guidance disruptions, this is actually a better matchup for Grand Inquisitors Federation than the previous matchup was for Minmatar Fleet Alliance.
Better for the team, yes. It is horrible for Stanton Zatek. He's not going to be able to do a damn thing. Also, I saw a Logi drones being dropped by Watch This, but I noticed that while most are armor drones, I saw a set of light shield drones as well.
Wait, they brought a Sentinel as well. How do they only have 2 missile guidance disruptors?
Don't question it. Don't ask.
They have 3 TD missile guidance disruption. I am so. I mean, I guess they thought that they were going to bring maybe like a medium gun spam setup.
Exactly.
With this kind of waiting. I mean, obviously, it sucks to have 3 of your control ships be a little bit less than you initially wanted them to, but they're still not completely out of it in terms of the control. We see the control bar is absolutely massive.
Look at the melon of Goatweed. The man just absolutely sent it into the back line and tackled down. What is that?
Thalia and the Sentinel. Yeah, Thalia and Sentinel both tackled.
Yeah, and now the Melon's getting absolutely drained on capacitor. Oh man, Goatweed was the goat for a moment there. He's still kind of tackling the Thalia, but nothing's happening from that.
Yeah, we see a grapple on one of these Fleet Cyclones, Chad Azenbell. Pretty low shield at the moment. Obviously, taking damage from sentry drones and being grappled up by an Armageddon as well as neutered out. Not necessarily the greatest place to be in a kite setup. But they have been controlled in a little bit.
Fit. How did he get caught? What caught him?
I'm not sure about that either, but they are once again going into an EOS. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it works out for them twice.
I'm just trying to figure out how the hell this guy got caught. There is no way a Cyclone fleet got caught by bloody Armageddons, but there he goes. He's dead. HML ship down.
First one in the match. 33 points going over to watch this. I mean, I'm just as surprised as you are with that one. Obviously, they have the much faster ships. There is some tackle in this comp with a Vexer and an Astero, but still, I'm a little bit confused as to how he got gone in by the Geddons. We see the Merlin is scrammed and webbed at the moment, and the Hyena's been grappled as well.
I look around like, oh, what's going on over here? That I just don't catch those little moments. That's wild. But it looks like they went heavy on the gun disruption because I can even see a random gun disruptor on the Navy Drake.
Navy Drake.
They have spares.
Well, there's the 3rd missile guidance disruption. So it wasn't complete guns, but still, it's a bit unfortunate for Grand Inquisitors Federation that they got caught like that in their ships. As in theory, they should be able to do okay into this armor drone control setup just by cutting it out and defanging the drones. But
what I
especially with the Scimitar reps. But
what I think's happened is the Geddons neutered them out when the arbitrators forced them close with their guidance disruptors. Because the Geddon gets an extended neut range, and of course with the RP bringing in that little bit closer, they can tag team that together, zero a capacitor out, then get in and tackle them. That's my guesstimate, unless I've just missed a hero tackle somewhere. Which maybe they've got one, maybe the Astero. Oh.
it's a bit dicey for Grand Inquisitors Federation. When we take a look at their group, they were in a group with only fleets. Both of them lost their match to only fleets, which means that the winner of this match goes to the redemption bracket. The loser is out of the Alliance tournament. And at the moment, watch this. Haven't lost any ships. They are killing this fleet cyclone now of Axiom. And I'm just scratching my head a little bit at the plan going in from Grand Inquisitors Federation. They saw that there wasn't that much missile guidance disruption from the enemy team, but at the same time, they're trying to shield Ekatersa. So, Wingnut, what are your thoughts on them deciding to bring that ship?
No, I mean, I don't even have a thought beyond that. Okay, just no. I too have been called by the Siren's call of DPS before, but not for this comp. Like when you're an all missile comp, having one gunship is just begging for trouble from control. They almost killed the Sentinel, by the way, of Poos Moose, but he did get caught up by his Logi friends. They've also left a bunch of Logi ECM drones on one of the Thalias trying to break through, but that wasn't working either. At this point, they're done. This match is over.
I believe it's pronounced the Puce Moose, like the color Puce.
The color?
Have you not seen Monsters Incorporated? There's a whole bit about a file folder being puce colored.
Not since I was 6, but also I suspect maybe Phantomite and the Vexer doing the tackle work. Actually, I just noticed he exists, so it might have been the Phantomite Vexer doing the tackling work. Nuke Vexers are very good for that role.
I mean, yes, definitely could have been in this particular setup. I mean, this is a very different kind of match than what we saw in the last matchup. Genshin Impact Alliance obviously had the right type of disruption and were able to screen very well with their setup and their big ships into a rapid light setup. This time around, up into HMLs. Watch this. Still had decent amounts of control. We see their control bars maxed out. But really, Grand Inquisitors Federation, they just kind of overextended a little bit, got caught under these Armageddon newts, and then obviously the Armageddon grapples, and they just haven't been able to do a whole lot. I mean, the Scimitar has been completely neutered out by these Armageddons as well, just kind of sitting there, doing nothing, 381 speed, no prop mod, no reps, no nothing, as the rest of his team just continues to fall.
Yeah, I'm very, very well played by Watch This. Very well controlled, kept the stuff alive. That's that's how you fly an armor drone comp particularly well. But at the same time, their opposing team did yeet one of their ships point blank into them. So I'm going to give them
Scimitar
full
boundaried. Scimitar boundaried too, and so it's just the Caracal and the Bellicose now, sitting pretty as the newts rage on. And they will eventually be taken down by the drone blob.
Also, the Bellicose. I think he's going for the edge of glory now. Either that or he's just intending to hug the edge of it. We'll see. No, I think he's leaving. He's gone.
Yeah, I also miscalled these as sentry drones. This was actually heavy drones, not sentries.
He stopped directly at 123. Wow.
124 to me. Oh, there he goes.
There he goes.
GF's in local, and we'll send it back to the desk after a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
All right, watch this saying, watch this as they took their drone control comp and made quick work. Well, they made work of the Grand Inquisitors Federation team, which had a very untraditional setup. We were talking before about if you don't want to be predictable, you just bring some crazy shit. We saw some crazy shit for sure. Shield Ekatersa stuff out there. If he got to ramp up on anything, it would have been amazing. It would have been the best feeling in the world. I don't want to poo-poo on this ship. I wish we could see a little bit more, because as that thing ramps up, it could do so much damage. But he was in the face of 2 arbitrators and a sentinel, and they didn't have too many guidance disruptors, it seems. So probably like 6 tracking disruptors all over that ship. Missy, tell us like a little bit about like what went down and how these 2 comps like ran into each other.
Oh, essentially, Grand Inquisitors basically just took inspiration from their opponent's name, shouted, "Watch this," and burned in and brawled with their range comp, essentially reduced to ham range because of the amount of GDs and TDs coming in onto their core. I think that they were very creative with the comp that they came up with, making use of the Ikitasa and the shield comp. I think that there were probably cheaper and more effective ships that could have filled that same role. The Icky and other trig ships are actually very good when it comes to their ability to track the smaller end of comp. So it may have been that they wanted to use it as like a sniping ship to try and clear away some of the lower end support. But with the amount of tracking disruptors on the Watch This team, he had no. He basically should have just walked away from the PC because he wasn't going to do anything the entire game.
Yeah, I've had this experience before when I'm like doing something, fighting a group that's a little bit larger, fighting a group that likes to bring a lot of E-War to fights, and I've just got my effect bar just starts filling up, and I'm like, well, would have been nice to play this one, but unfortunately ran up against an incredibly hard counter in this control comp. Therath, we're talking a little bit about when you're flying a linchpin ship, how difficult it is to take this ship that's so important to your team, survive and be positioned the right way. What did you see from the Hyena pilots?
Well, what I didn't see from him is applying webs on the target that they are that was being focused on the Grand Inquisitor side. I believe that Sentinel was in half structure. Have we seen some webs so that he can slow down the application, maybe grows a little bit and manages to break through the Thalia reps? I think even one of those got ECM'd by the EC600 at some point. Maybe after the Sentinel dies, you can start picking apart the comp more. Maybe the Iki goes online. Who knows? Maybe LTDs were on that Sentinel, for all we know, right? And for that, for enable to be able to do this, you have to know the range you can operate at. So when you are flying a ship like a Loki or a Hyena, you have to know exactly your web range, what is the most dangerous thing on the other side, and try to stay alive until you can trade either yourself for that linchpin thing on the other side, like a deacon or something else, or do your job as best as you can in the context of the situation on grid. But you have to know.
All right, I just got to stop right there, just because we've got our last match of the day between Ronin Reloaded and White Squall. It's just snuck up on us. Ronin Reloaded has banned the Magus and Pontifex, the Basil. White Squall has banned the Nighthawk and Squall, the Garlic. A very bland meal about to be prepared, but we're going to throw it to the commentators to break down this last match of day 3.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fearvana, joined by Wingnut Cross, and on the red side, we have Shield Rush from Ronin Reloaded. What have White Squall brought? Is Wingnut muterated?
Muterated, sorry. They brought a shield projection, which is lovely to watch as well. So there's going to be a lot of shield, no armor. We don't need armor here. It's all shield and hopes and dreams.
It's a shield dad, shield medium gun spam, with a shield maybe exec. A little bit of a cheesy one there, but I think more commonly seen than a shield Ekatersa, and obviously the rest of their shield medium guns. No tracking disruption from either of these teams, so they're going to be able to apply pretty effectively. But it's another kite versus brawl setup, and White Squall are in the kite, and they will start to kite back away as these Osprey navies and everyone in just runs in. Yabby and the Ferox Navy issue appears to be the bait, trying to stay ahead and scream as the Svipple just gets blown up off the start of the fight.
Bloody hell, just gone. And yeah, he didn't even move. I think he's moving now. He actually might have been bumped forward. But yeah, Yabby's moving now. But Caracal Navy now being primary. He's right in the middle of the ball, being fully applied with close range damage. He should be killed remarkably quickly. But the exact Navy dies.
Exact Navy gets deleted. Boundaries, okay. With that, though, webs have landed on this Hurricane Fleet. The Phantasm scrams onto the Navy Ferox of Bowboy. So the tackle has landed from Ronin and Reloaded, but they are losing their DPS pretty quickly because Shield Medium Gun Spam has a lot of DPS despite being long-range guns and not short-range ones. We see how massive their attack bar is. As they take out both Navy Caracals, they're onto this Navy Osprey as well. Even without the tackle, their Phantasm staying alive for just as long as he needs to. Tom Harriet now into structure, goes down, but this Osprey Navy issue of Weeblocks going down very quickly as well.
Yep. These people will learn to fear Javelin ammo because it does a lot of damage. But yeah, Osprey Navy now about to go into armor. He's just tanking a little bit, but there he goes, straight into hull pop. Burst goes pop as well.
And the Osprey Navy issue falls for it as well. DPS race, all-out brawl, basically. It's Bed-Debaz and the Scimitar, now very low in shield. Trying to trade for the moment, potentially. Gets one Ansel charge off. We'll try to get another. There it is. But Bed-Debaz, very low armor right now in this Scimitar. This all-out brawl as we see them, and the Bantam falls.
This Scimitar just burned like 150 kilometers from one side of the arena to the other. Just absolutely booking it. And to be fair, he's actually done pretty well. He's buying a good amount of time doing that. He might be able to get away with it. They should really retarget now. He's too far away. Kill something else while you got a chance. Don't
they're on these Jackdaws now. Lexus Galvar and stuff and Kentapi.
Yeah, they might be lasering a bit too hard here.
Snorbut and the Ferox Navy issue is the DPS primary from Ronin Reloaded at the moment. As one of the Jackdaws goes down, they might be looking for the other one. They might look for one of these other DPS ships, maybe the Sleipnir or the Claymore. Either way, Snorbut and the Ferox Navy issue still down to 23% shield remaining. Bed-Debaz so far away from the rest of his team. Can they just go on one of the big ships right now that they could apply to? Snorbut and the Ferox Navy issue goes down, and this Jackdaw's staying alive. They're out tracking themselves right now.
They're still chasing the Scimitar. They're still chasing it. They're fully committed to the Scimitar. They've left the Ferox Navy behind. They've lost potentially some of their damage advantage here, and they're still chasing the Scimitar of Bed-Debaz.
Yeah, the applied damage from Ronin Reloaded much larger right now. They're on a Slim Jim Tim and the Phantasm. As we take a look, the defense part, the blue part, much greater for White Skull right now. They really want to take down the Scimitar and take the purple off the map. From Ronin Reloaded, finally into low armor, gets another Ansel rep off in the nick of time. Slim Jim Tim and the Phantasm, though, still very tanky and staying alive much longer than he has any right to without any logi. This Jackdaw goes down, the Scimitar goes down, and White Squall are staying ahead in the match.
Yeah, hopefully that's not cost them there, but I think they should be able to win this still. They just chased that Scimitar, like quite literally around the entire arena. They wasted so much time potentially, but there we go.
2 DPS ships to 3. Obviously, the Sipple does a lot of DPS for a destroyer, being a very favorite shield Tech 3 destroyer of a lot of teams that like to brawl. They've got damage onto him now. Kira Yugen going down pretty low in the Sipple at the moment. It's 106 to 117. Still anybody's game, but the tackle has not landed from Ronin Reloaded quite yet onto any of the shield medium gun kitey ships.
Yep. And luckily, of course, they are still a kind of ships that can just run away while they're being chased. So some free damage being returned. But that was that. I'm not gonna lie. That I almost was getting so worried with them chasing the Scimitar to the ends of the arena. But they're starting to. What did they even shoot? The Claymore? Yeah, they're hitting the Claymore. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, they're hitting the Claymore. I mean, definitely the ship that you want to shoot with when you have only 3 DPS boats remaining, as it doesn't have a self-rep bonus. So it's just going to be buffer fit. Typically. So going into the Claymore, good target priority from them, as well as splitting up across the arena and starbursting so that they don't end up getting taken down and tackled. But as I say that, they find their way on a Bowboy 686 in the Navy Ferox, so he's going to go down in trade for this Claymore, which should make the points just about even between the two teams. The Ferox Navy issue going down pretty quickly, but they take down Kira, just caught with lack of transversal and out of defense mode, and down goes the T3C. So now this Claymore and Ferox Navy issue going to be a trade in favor of White Squall after taking down that Svipple.
I mean, the hope would be they don't trade him at all, but I think at this rate they probably will. Oof. Just chaotic. Just a chaotic match in every sense of the word. Like A rush comp that was
Absolute-
chasing a scimitar around the arena.
The kite comp chasing a scimitar around the arena, but it worked out for them at the end of the day. They were able to stay strung out and stay as far away from this rush as possible. They'll take down the Claymore of Yaroslav, leaving only Bowboy against Poyut in the Sleipnir. Bowboy will go down in this Ferox Navy issue, but Poyut, the last member of his team alive, up against a Hurricane Fleet and a Ferox Navy issue, as he is a rush Sleipnir and isn't repping back up with his XLASB right now. Was this a buffer slap? No, there's the XLASB.
There's the rep. Yeah, they wait till the end, man. You don't rep straight away. You rep about 30%. Come on.
Yeah, natural shield regen point and all that. I know that. I fly the Sleipnir. It's just, sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Still, White Squall, with this victory, will go on to the Alliance tournament proper, as the side of Ronin Reloaded will go down to the redemption bracket. Both these teams ended up beating Ustra Khan earlier on, who are out of the Alliance tournament. So White Squall, obviously, they made it into the AT last year as a relatively unknown team. They had a decent run at it. This year, making it back into the AT through the group stage, not even go through redemption.
Hold on. Stop. The Hurricane Fleet might have burnt his guns.
Did he?
His turrets are not tracking at all. They just point forward. No, wait, hold on. They just turned. They fired. We're good. Crisis averted. Oh my god. I was so scared.
Wingnut, please. Look, it's just artillery reloads, all right? They're quite long.
I was watching it for so long, like, oh no. But he's good. He's firing. It's safe. Crisis averted, guys. I'm sorry to give you guys a heart attack.
I mean, Yabi currently tackled down by the Sleipnir. If Poyut actually gets XLASB reload and kills Yabi, then they win the match. But I don't think they're going to be able to do that quite yet, as he is down into low structure. Finally falls in 3, 2, 1. And with that, that is the final match of the day. We're going to take a quick break and then send it back to the desk to break down that match. And then we will see you tomorrow. So we'll be right back after this.
All right. What a final match of the day. Ronin Reloaded, White Squall. It was going back and forth and back. Just absolutely amazing. It's going to be one that we're going to want to rewatch. Luckily, both of these teams will be staying in Alliance Tournament 20. White Squall will advance to the main event, and Ronin Reloaded will have to see in the redemption bracket tomorrow. Oof. Oh, my goodness. There's so much to talk about. We could probably spend the next 20 hours, but we can't. We have to rest for the next 20 hours so that we can be right back here tomorrow at 15:45 to do it all again and see out Alliance Tournament Day 4. I've been CCB Swift. We had an amazing panel, an amazing set of casters and analysts. Ali, Mystical Might, they're on the proverbial desk with me. Wingnut as well. You've been hearing him going out there. Moderator, sometimes you've heard him, sometimes you kind of haven't. Fear, Nova, everyone, fantastic job. And thank you, Twitch chat, for having all the fun with us. We'll see you here right back tomorrow at 15:45. Do not miss out. Get your Twitch points, get your drops, and have fun with the rest of the crew. We're off for now, and we'll see you tomorrow.